I call this meeting of the Committee on Public Safety, Finance, and Policy to order. There is a quorum present. Members, today we have 4 bills on the agenda, but before we get to that, we will need to move the minutes from the last meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes for February 2nd, 2023?
So moved.
Representative Hudson moves the minutes from February 2nd, 2023. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails and the minutes are approved. Members, the first bill we have on our agenda today is House File 396. And just before we get into the bill, I'd like to explain a little bit about how the process is going to work today. We'll obviously do one bill at a time. We'll have the author of the bill explain the bill, any author's amendments we will be offering at that time. And then we'll have testifiers that are in support. And these are people who've worked with the authors. And they will have a set certain period of time. So for example, there may be 3 people testifying in a total of 10 minutes, and however they wanted to divide that time up is fine with us. But we'll be clocking that so that then the opponents will have an equal amount of time. And we will be pausing the clock as we transition to the table and to online, because I don't want that time to count against anybody's ability to speak. Then we also have public testifiers, and we prioritize people who signed up in advance online. Those public testifiers will each have 90 seconds. We will be timing that and stopping those folks after 90 seconds. And then we'll move to any other additional amendments and member discussions on the bill. It's my intent to have full discussion on all 4 of these bills. And I want to just say thank you to all of you. We don't normally meet on Friday. We certainly don't meet early Friday morning. And I really appreciate all of you making space to do this today. And also just a special thank you to all of our staff, both nonpartisan and partisan, who have been up late preparing for all of this and up early as well. So with that, we will go ahead and move to House File 396. Representative Becker-Finn, would you like to move that House File 396 be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means?
Yes, that is my motion, Madam Chair.
All right, your bill is now before us, and you do have an author's amendment, which is the A2 amendment. Is that correct?
Yep, it's just fixing an internal cross-reference to make sure everything's straight with the revisor's office.
All right, any discussion to the A2 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The A2 amendment is adopted. Representative Becker-Finn, please tell us about your bill as amended.
All right, thank you, Chair Moeller. And first, I just wanted to share, because I think this is important. I'm a gun owner. I own multiple guns. I grew up in rural Minnesota. I was just joking with my colleagues beforehand. I won my first shotgun in a Ducks Unlimited banquet when I was a baby. There's actually a picture of me propped up on the couch with a shotgun across my lap. So as a rural Minnesotan, I've been around guns and used guns my entire life. One of my most cherished memories is when I turned 12 and my dad bought me my first hunting rifle so that I could, and I've now passed that on to my kid. And so I just want to ground us in that. And so this bill is about firearm storage. And it's pretty simple. Most of us as gun owners, it won't require us to do much of anything different than what we already do. What it does, it's a 2-page bill. It simply requires that when you store a gun, when it is not within your control, that it is stored unloaded and locked up in some fashion, whether that's a trigger lock, which are incredibly easy and low cost to use, or in a gun safe, or any way that you're making sure that firearm is secured, and then storing the ammunition separately from that firearm. We are creating penalties, and I think in this is now my 4th term, I think this is the first time I've carried a bill that creates criminal penalties, so I don't take this lightly. But I think that the need for folks to store their firearms safely, and most of us as law-abiding gun owners already do that, but it's that level of important, because I don't know about you, but I'm sick of reading stories in the paper and hearing about accidents where young children are killed by firearms that were not secured, were not stored properly. And that's what we're trying to really make clear, what the expectations are of our citizens when we own firearms, because it really is something that we need to be careful about. So that's pretty much it. There's some definitions in here. I know we do have a couple of amendments that I think actually make the bill better, and a couple amendments that I'm sure we'll be discussing later. But with that, I will turn things over to my testifiers because I think it's most important that we hear from folks most directly impacted by this.
Thank you, and I believe there are 3 testifiers that are in support of the bill. We have 2 of those testifiers online. These testifiers will have a total of 10 minutes for their testimony. And our first testifier is Kristen Song, and then on deck we have Pastor Rolf Olson. So Pastor Olson, if you can go ahead and make your way towards the testifier table so that we're ready. And then Ms. Song, welcome so much to our committee. Please unmute yourself and introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Kristen Song, and I am testifying in support of the bill. I saw my parents running into the ER. They didn't even park the car in a parking spot. They just stopped and jumped out. My mom's eyes were wild. My dad grabbed her hand. He knew what was coming. At least I think he did. He was preparing to catch her when she tumbled off the cliff. I watched as my mom raced towards the bays, towards me. They would not let her turn right. No, she must turn left towards the tiny room where no good news is ever delivered. As each word passed the ER doctor's lips, my parents deflated until my mom was on the floor and my dad sunk into the couch. I heard my mom asking, begging to say goodbye to me, and I wanted to say goodbye to her, my dad, Emily, and Evan. But they wouldn't let them. Remember your son, your brother, the way you last saw him. The ER doctor said, his voice just above a whisper. I was so alone. All the doctors and nurses were gone. My family left the hospital, their spirits broken. All joy was eclipsed by the shadow that now engulfed us. No, wait, come back. Where are the song 5? Forever, Mom. You told me there was nothing this family couldn't overcome together. Come back. Don't leave me, I screamed, but no one heard me. I sobbed. I wondered what college would have been like, the military, my wedding day. I would never stare into the eyes of my newborn baby's face, tuck my children in bed, whisper to them as my mom whispered to me, you are so loved and cherished. It always made me feel safe, even as a teenager. I looked forward to her quiet words. I would never stand at the altar as my brother's best man, give my sister's fiance a hard time, or tell my kids to slow down on the ski slopes. I would never be able to wipe away my daughter's tears after her first heartbreak, or teach my son how to be a man by choosing empathy over dominance, kindness over violence, love over anger. There is so very much I will never get to do. Sarah, our pastor, walked into my room silently. The shuffle of Angel's feet pulled her attention to the corner of the room. They were waiting with my grandmother to take me home. She let out a big sigh as she pulled a chair to my bed. The ER doctor had draped a towel over my head. Part of my face was missing. It was no match for a bullet. I was unrecognizable. How is it your life is over but has scarcely begun? She picked up my cold hand and tried to warm it. Then she bowed her head and prayed. My family walked towards our car. My mom turned around and stood frozen in the parking lot as she watched the hospital doors close. Then she cried, my God, we are leaving Ethan behind. How is this possible? She looked at my dad to do something, but things were now in motion that could not be undone. My father wrapped his arm around her shoulders and walked towards the car as I was slowly being wheeled to the morgue. My name was Ethan Song. On January 31st, 2018, I walked to my best friend's house and was shot in the head with an unsecured gun. The gun owner stored 3 handguns and ammunition in a shoebox. I had just turned 15. I had just gotten my braces off that morning. Negligent gun owners are not the victims. The injured and dead children are the victims. These deaths will not stop until we hold gun owners responsible. You would think the carnage of dead children would be enough to change their behavior, but sadly, it does not. My death was not an accident. You see, the word accident implies there was nothing the gun owner could have done to prevent these injuries or deaths, but we know better. He could have simply locked up his guns. My name was Ethan Song. Please remember me when you cast your vote. I could be your child or your grandchild. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next testifier is Pastor Rolf Olson. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Well, good morning. My name is Rolf Olson. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm a Lutheran pastor, and I'm the father of a murdered daughter. In October 2007, our middle child, Catherine, went to a house in Savage to answer a Craigslist ad for a babysitter. And what she encountered was not a woman needing childcare. She had a 19-year-old waiting for her with his father's pistol. It was over in 5 minutes. Catherine arrived with a backpack full of children's toys and books. She did part-time work as a nanny to help finance her path toward a graduate degree in Spanish. She loved kids, kids loved her, and this trip to Savage was nothing new, except it was her last. Catherine was brilliant, creative, compassionate, curious, adventurous. Her dream was to put together her love of Spanish and theater to make a career out of it, but that dream ended with a bullet in her back. Well, since then, I've spoken on this from a variety of angles. As a dad, I've spoken about grief. As a pastor, I've talked about forgiveness. As a police chaplain for many years, I testified in these chambers about the brokenness in our communities. As a gun owner and hunter myself, I'm not opposed to guns, but I know how deadly they are. And I know that what we are doing now is producing unacceptable results. My daughter was murdered with an unsecured pistol sitting in his father's dresser drawer next to a pill bottle full of bullets. Had that pistol been properly stored, it's quite likely that my daughter would still be alive. Well, I'm glad to see that HF 396 includes legal consequences for failure to secure firearms. Lives will be saved by proper storage. There's nothing in this law that hinders the ownership and safe use of firearms. That's the goal that every true sportsman supports. Well, my story is just one example of how unsafe storage can have tragic outcomes. And I trust that you will use Minnesota wisdom to help stop the carnage that is fracturing our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next testifier is Ann Nichols-Baumann, who is online. Welcome to the committee. Please unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about safe storage. And thank you to the estimated 46% of gun owners who lock their guns securely. For the 54% of gun owners who don't keep their guns safely locked up, I hope you will give this issue your consideration. I'm publicly speaking about our family's gun violence experience for the first time today and sharing our story because safe storage laws would have prevented what happened to us and too many other families. We were on our way back to Minnesota from Seattle, moving exactly 1 week after an unexpected divorce, where I was suddenly a single parent to my 3-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter. We were traveling with my friend Mary and her 8-year-old son Patrick, and despite the circumstances, it felt like a new beginning and the kids were all having a great time. When we reached South Dakota, we took the kids sightseeing and stopped in the town of Wall. We went into a gift store. I was at the cash register buying a doll for my daughter and a bow and arrow set for my son when we heard a firecracker. But of course, it wasn't a firecracker. My 7-year-old had been shot. My 3-year-old was crying. My daughter was laying in a pool of blood. I tied bandanas around her arm, but the blood kept coming. It just wouldn't stop. It kept coming. As paramedics and a doctor arrived, I saw a man with a gun run out of the store and later learned he had gone to his truck to hide his gun. Kneeling on the floor by my daughter, I looked up when I heard yelling. My friend Mary was screaming at her son. Patrick had seen a handgun in an open briefcase lying on the floor of the toy aisle. It was loaded, and he picked it up and shot my daughter. The ambulance pulled up, and the doctor at the store told me my daughter had been shot in the arm and the chest. The chest wound was so bad, he said she would not survive the trip to Rapid City Regional Hospital. It was a 40-minute drive. They didn't have a helicopter. We went by ambulance. I had to leave my son behind, and when I pulled away from the store, he was screaming like 3-year-olds do, "Don't leave me," at the top of his lungs. While in the ICU, we learned she had shrapnel in her arm, and the bullet had flown through her chest and landed in her back. It was so close to a nerve they couldn't remove it because the paralysis risk was too high. It was in a bad place. During this time, the sheriff said he was trying to bring felony charges against Mr. Connor, the man with the gun. Instead, he was found guilty of a gross misdemeanor, paid a fine, and was put on probation. Meanwhile, once we got back to Minnesota, we held our breath that the bullet in my daughter's back wouldn't shift and land on that nerve. Recovering takes so much of your life's time and your children's childhood. What do you say when your son tells you that if you're not safe in a store, are you safe anywhere? As parents, we work hard to give our kids a happy childhood and keep them healthy. We buckle up the seatbelts, put a latch on the medicine cabinet, teach them to brush their teeth, and not go in the water alone. And suddenly, because you walked into a store or a school or went to a park, they don't have that freedom many remember from our childhoods. Instead, they're learning how to sleep through the night again, how to not be afraid every day, how to be okay with pain every day. For years, I'd asked myself, what if we hadn't walked into that store on that day? What would my children's lives have been like if Mr. Connor had cared about their freedom as much as his own? What if he had taken just a few minutes to safely store that gun? Then my children wouldn't have had to pay for his freedom to be careless about their lives. Sadly, our family story is not shocking, surprising, unique, or the worst. But it should be. It shouldn't be somewhat acceptable. It's just part of life. There are enough children who suffer because of things beyond our control, and gun safety isn't one of them. It is within our control. Please make a difference and pass this bill. Thank you so much for the time and for listening. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next testifiers are in opposition, and I believe they're all present. So if you want to just all come towards, it's Craig Burris, Tim Bender, and Brian Strasser. Craig is up first, and then the others, if you want to just come and sit near the testifier table, that would be great. All right. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the proposed legislation today. My name is Craig Burris, and I live in Lakeville with my wife and 2 daughters. I've been a firearms instructor for over 15 years and have taught thousands of Minnesotans to safely handle, store, and use firearms. The mandatory safe storage bill as written will have a significant negative impact on the safety of every Minnesota gun owner and the general public. As proposed, the bill would require firearms be kept unloaded and separate from ammunition. As a permit holder, this creates an unsettling scenario on a weekly basis. As you know, even legal permit holders who have gone through the state mandated training and a yearly background check cannot carry a firearm into a school. This means that every time I go into my children's school, I am required to remove my firearm, store it safely before entering the school. Today I can do this by removing the firearm in its holster and locking it in a glove box or a vehicle safe. This is the same process I teach each of my students. Under the proposed legislation, I would have to remove the firearm from the holster, take out the magazine, rack the slide to clear the chamber, and visually inspect the firearm to ensure it's unloaded. At this point, I would need to lock the firearm in a safe and find somewhere else to store the ammunition, and only then could I enter the school. When I come back to the vehicle, this whole process would have to be reversed. Anytime you load or unload a firearm, the first safety rule is to point the firearm in a safe direction. Ask yourself this question: what's a safe direction to point a loaded, unholstered firearm in a school parking lot? Now, other than schools, you also have to look at post offices, daycare centers, and other places that are banned from carry, because the same process will have to be repeated for all of them. Now let's talk about the impacts on how this affects a person's ability to defend themselves in their home. The law would make it illegal for a person with no children to have a loaded gun in their home. Not only would this gun have to be unloaded, it would need to be locked and stored separately from the ammunition. The process of getting a firearm unlocked and loaded when confronted with a deadly threat is unrealistic, and it's why every reputable self-defense expert says that an unloaded gun is the same as not having a gun at all. The part of this law that really gets under my skin is how it disproportionately penalizes people of lower means. I have taught plenty of people who could barely afford a firearm for self-defense, the associated training, permit fees, and ammunition. Now these same people are going to be required to either purchase an expensive quick-action safe for their home and vehicle, or take the more likely road and purchase a cheap lockbox or trigger lock that is difficult to access. If they don't, they'll be a criminal. We have safe storage laws on the books. I encourage you to vote no on this bill and instead pressure county prosecutors to enforce the current law, something that is rarely done now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Tim Bender is our next testifier. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tim Bender. I am a recently retired 32-year veteran Minnesota peace officer, having spent my entire career with the Beltrami County Sheriff's Office. I'm also a 13-year Minnesota permit to carry instructor, and I was a firearms instructor for the Sheriff's Office for the last 7 years of my career. The current statute regarding negligent storage of a firearm prohibits storing firearm in a location where a child could gain access, and I think we all agree that reducing injuries and deaths caused by young children who gain access to firearms is paramount. This bill, as written, however, in an attempt to tighten perceived inadequacies in the current law, criminalizes, without exception, routine behavior of law enforcement officers across the entire state. It is common procedure to outfit police cars with shotguns and rifles, generically known in law enforcement as long guns. These are most often stored in locking racks, which provide the officer quick access. A squad-ready long gun is secured in the locking rack with an empty chamber, but with a loaded magazine. This bill would make storing long guns that way a crime. And then every time a police officer walked away from their squad during their shift, it would be a separate violation. From my experience in situations in which a long gun would be the best choice if it wasn't already loaded and ready to deploy when I arrived on scene, I would not have the time it would take to both remove a trigger locking device and load the firearm before using it. There would obviously need to be law enforcement exemptions added to this bill. Regarding storage of firearms at home, as a firearms instructor, I know that every time a firearm is removed from its holster and manipulated, there's an increased risk of accidental or negligent discharge. When my children were under 18, my duty pistol was either in its holster on my belt or removed and placed directly into a lockbox, still loaded. While those unfamiliar with guns might interpret that as dangerous storage, it is more dangerous and one is more likely to have an unintended bang, if you will, if one is required to load and unload the firearm twice a day, every day. As this bill is currently written, it places an additional risk of unintended injury onto police officers and security guards, and certainly onto permit holders. Lockboxes and gun safes are, in my opinion, infinitely more secure than trigger locks and would mitigate a risk that this bill, as written, creates. Finally, as a firearms teacher and enthusiast, I believe that we are ignoring the opportunity to educate children in safe handling of guns as part of their school curriculum. There are effective programs out there that wouldn't make criminals of their parents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And the final testifier we have is Brian Strasser. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm Brian Strasser, Chairman for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. I'm also a firearms instructor for more than a decade. I hold NRA instructor certifications in home firearms safety. I'm an NRA Chief Range Safety Officer as well, which means that I'm professionally certified to help firearm ranges operate safely, and that includes the safe storage and handling of firearms of all types. But most relevant to this conversation, I'm a gun owner and a father of 2 preteen daughters. I have a vested interest in ensuring that they and their friends that visit our home do not have access to firearms, and we take appropriate precautions to do so. Now, my colleagues Craig Burris and retired law enforcement officer Tim Bender have made several points about some challenges we see with this bill. I won't repeat those. And I understand that there'll be some amendments here that alleviate some of our concerns with this bill. But I want to make this point. Citizens of our country have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms in self-defense, and that includes having firearms available for self-defense in their home. Requiring firearms to be stored unloaded and entirely separate from their ammunition is an undue burden on that right. That doesn't mean just handguns, it means all firearms. It doesn't mean current or former law enforcement. It doesn't just mean permit to carry holders, it means all citizens of this country. It means anyone that the Second Amendment right applies to, and that's all of us. In the 2008 Second Amendment case, DC v. Heller, Justice Scalia, writing for the majority, addressed this type of law directly. In the core holding for Heller, he said, "The requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional." Similarly, the requirement that any lawful, I was about to repeat myself. Current Minnesota law in 609-666, we think takes the right approach. It addresses the negligent behavior of a gun owner who negligently leaves a loaded firearm where a child may gain access to it and assigns appropriate criminal penalties to it. County attorneys should use this law, and this law should be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members will move next to the public testifiers who signed up, and we have Mary Strafford, Carl Kaufman, Dr. Sheldon Berkowitz, and then Chris Lee will be online. So if those three folks who are in the room can come on down to the testifier table. We'll begin with Mary Strafford. Please introduce yourself, and we will time you for 90 seconds. Thank you for being here. Introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you. It's Mary Strufert.
Thank you.
And I live in Duluth, and I volunteer with the Brady campaign and Protect Minnesota in that area of Minnesota. I commend you for taking up these 4 bills addressing gun issues. I acknowledge that any one of these will not stop all the gun deaths and injuries, but I do believe they will reduce violence and save other families from experiencing the extreme grief of losing a loved one, as I have. Over 30 years ago, when we were living in Grand Rapids, a rural area, my 19-year-old daughter, Karen, was kidnapped and raped and at gunpoint and shot to death. To this day, I miss her and cannot help but wonder who she would have become and what she would have added to this state and country. The human talent and resources we are losing daily due to the unnecessary gun violence is appalling. Not to mention the number of resources expended to care for those that are wounded physically and mentally. Requiring gun owners to take the precaution of storing their guns securely is not too much to ask when you consider the number of children and teens that have gotten a hold of a parent's gun, leading to a tragic end. I've been testifying in favor of stricter gun laws for the past 23 years, and I'm prepared to come back for 23 more years if necessary, until you, our governing body, start taking action to stop the carnage of gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Carl Kaufman, please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I am speaking in opposition to these laws. I am a father, a grandfather. I am a 40-year NRA member, and I didn't buy my first NRA membership. My father-in-law gave it to me. I also gave my family NRA memberships. Why did I do that? The Second Amendment. This is paramount to our freedoms in the United States. I want you all to think about the sadness that occurs with some of the violence that happens here in Minnesota and across our nation. But I also think that we need to think about the root causes of this violence, and I think that we need to address the drug issue, which kills far more people than firearms in Minnesota and across the nation. Look at our Twin Cities. Think about that. The drug epidemic is serious here, and we're here talking about a much lower thing. And I am sorry to say that to you. Now, ultimately, we have laws on the books now. Why are we not enforcing these laws? It really is something that is challenging to me to think that we're not enforcing, prosecuting the laws that we have. Ultimately, we need to enforce the laws, prosecute the laws, sentence the laws across the state. Guns right now, handguns are.
Can you please wrap it up? Thank you.
Okay. Handguns right now, if you purchase a handgun, it has a lock in the box. Every handgun that's made and sold has a lock in the box. I thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I hope you will oppose this. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Sheldon Berkowitz, welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Chairwoman Moeller, my name is Dr. Sheldon Berkowitz. I am a retired pediatrician and the past president of the Minnesota chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I am here representing our membership of 1,000 pediatricians to support House File 396. When I was in practice, I routinely asked my patients and their parents if there were firearms in the home. If there were, I talked to them about how to store them safely, including securing them in a locked box or case, unloaded, with the trigger lock fastened, and ammunition secured separately. I did this because far too many children in this state are injured or tragically die from accidental firearm discharge, suicide attempt, and violence by firearm. This bill would not only legislate the safe storage of firearms, but also impose significant penalties for violating this law, which would hopefully encourage adults to be more responsible with their firearms, especially when there are children or adolescents in the home. According to the Center for Disease Control, firearms are now the leading cause of death for children in the United States. Every day, 78 children are killed or injured by firearms in the U.S. States that have implemented bills like this one, as well as universal background checks and red flag laws, have been proven to decrease firearm-related death and injury for children. As pediatricians, we care deeply about the health and well-being of our patients, Minnesota's children. However, we cannot help our patients if they're on the floor dying from a gunshot wound. On behalf of the pediatricians in the state, I implore you to pass this bill and all the other important firearm safety bills being heard today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our final public testifier is Chris Lee. Chris is online, so if you can unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony, please introduce yourself first.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Chair Moeller, members of the Minnesota Public Safety, Finance, and Policy Committee. My name is Christopher Lee, and I join you to testify on behalf of the National Shooting Sports Foundation in opposition to House File 396. NSSF is the Firearm Industry Trade Association across the country. As the Firearm Industry Trade Association, our membership includes about 10,000 member companies. In Minnesota, those companies employ about 11,500 Minnesotans. And in 2021, our industry had an economic impact of about $2.7 billion on the state. Members of the firearm industry have taken a leadership role in promoting the safe and responsible use and storage of firearms. Before I address our concerns with the specific bill, I'd like to take a moment to call your attention to the positive downward trend in accidental deaths involving firearms. They have been decreasing consistently since the record keeping began in 1903 and have dramatically declined in the last 20 years. Firearms are involved in less than 1% of all accidental deaths in the United States. A person is 56 more times likely to be involved in an unintentional fatality with a motor vehicle than a firearm. Between 2005 and 2015 specifically, the United States experienced a 38% decline in fatal firearm accidents. This is largely due to firearm industry safety projects like Project Child Safe, which is a comprehensive safety program for firearm owners throughout the country, funded by our industry. Through this program, we've handed out 38 million firearm safety kits, including locks, over the last 20 years. And that's in addition to the
Mr. Lee, please wrap up your testimony. We have a timer that you probably couldn't hear that just went off. Please finish up.
Yeah, I can hear it. Okay, so the industry has handed out 70 million additional locks in addition to those 38 million that we have handed out. And that's required by federal law already. So that portion of this bill, I think, is redundant and unnecessary. Furthermore, I think individuals can make a decision on their own how best to store their firearms. And legislation isn't the answer. Education is the answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And while we may disagree about this bill, we can agree on one thing. Go Irish.
Go Irish.
All right, that concludes our public testimony. We do have some amendments, and I believe the first amendment is the A1 amendment. Representative Pinto, will you be offering the A1 amendment?
I will be offering the A1 amendment, Madam Chair.
All right, can you
Looking to
please
see-
explain to us what the A1 amendment
Here we
does?
go. Thanks. Yes, members, the A1 amendment adds the gross misdemeanor crime that's created in this bill to the list of gross misdemeanors for which there's a three-year prohibition on firearm possession. It's sort of a conforming change. There's a list of such offenses. It's on page 3 of the amendment. That's the only change in this four-page document. This was prompted in particular for me by an incident. I was involved in my work as a prosecutor just in the last few months where a 4-year-old shot himself through the hand with a gun that was stored unsecured next to ammunition in an area where the child was regularly playing PlayStation, Xbox, that kind of thing. So seeing this bill, it seemed to me that the gross misdemeanor that's created here should be added to that list of gross misdemeanors as a conforming change. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Becker-Finn to the A1 amendment.
I would support this amendment. I think it's reasonable given everything else that we're doing in this bill.
All right, member discussion to the A1. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. 3 years. 3 years, you're ineligible for possession of firearms for something that, in many cases, and we'll have testimony and questioning that'll point out that this doesn't apply, that you might not have been intending to do this. The overwhelming point of this bill is going to make it nearly impossible for legal, law-abiding gun owners to comply with the state law. And then we're going to throw in a 3-year penalty if many things beyond your control that you may or may not have known about or been able to prevent happen, and that's going to take you and make you ineligible for 3 years. We have a right in this country to protect yourself. The author discusses how she grew up in a rural area, and we do things different in the rural area. We take care of ourselves and we rely on ourselves. There's a saying that when seconds count, cops are a minute away. And I will tell you that in the rural area, and as the farther you get out from the bright lights and the tall buildings, the cops or the deputies are even farther away. And we've got laws in place that address every one of the situations that was brought up today. And now we're gonna make people eligible or ineligible to do what they do and what their sport is for 3 years. I urge a no vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Further discussion on the A1 amendment. Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. We already have laws on the books that sound like they're not always getting enforced and that or charged. I think there's going to be some unintended consequences to this that we just heard from some of the testifiers that might make things a little murky. So I think that's, as you hear this, we got the laws that should be enforced. I'm just more concerned that we're gonna miss something here with these unintended consequences. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A1. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to clarify that this bill repeals 609.666, which currently that would apply to. So we're just sort of replacing that statute with this statute, and so we want to make sure that this would apply. And I want to clarify too, this would only apply if you're convicted. So you'd have to be, beyond a reasonable doubt convicted of violating the law for this to apply.
Okay, further discussion? Go back to the author of the amendment, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I think some of the comments had to do with the underlying bill, which we'll be discussing and voting on. It seems to me that if we are making that change to adopting, passing the underlying bill, which I do support, to be clear, it seems to me that the gross misdemeanor that's created should be in this list of other gross misdemeanors as well. And so I would urge members to support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Moving now to a vote on the A1 amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll on the A1.
Chair Moeller,
Aye.
Vice Chair Feist,
Aye.
Representative Novotny,
No.
Representative Becker-Finn,
Aye.
Representative Curran,
Aye.
Representative Ingen,
No.
Representative Frazier,
Aye.
Representative Gressel,
No.
Representative Hollins,
Aye.
Representative Hudson,
No.
Representative Hewitt,
Aye.
Representative Mueller,
Mueller votes no.
Representative Pinto,
Aye.
Representative Tapke,
Aye.
Representative Whitty, there being 9 ayes and 6 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The A1 amendment is adopted. Next, we have the A3 amendment, and I'm not sure who plans on offering the A3. Representative Gressel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The A3 amendment is very simple. It takes and deletes misdemeanor for not storing the firearms in this bill, and deletes gross misdemeanor for having ammunition near the firearm. It's just not, it's not reasonable. As a citizen could lose their firearm rights for 3 years just for not having a lock on an unloaded firearm and having ammunition near the firearm. I grew up, and my kids were raised in rural Minnesota. They grew up around firearms. I've used firearms all my life. Use them in the defense of this country, use them in the defense of all our communities, rural communities. You take away the mystery of firearms and teach your children about them, the pros and the cons, the dangers and the good uses. You take away that mystery by educating them. We need to educate the children in the elementary schools to help them to understand, so that if they do come across a firearm, they know, they have a small working knowledge to make sure that it is they let somebody know about it or they stay away from it. Kids are smart. My kids are smart. And I know yours are too. You take away that mystery. You don't punish law-abiding citizens for a mistake. It's to require that these weapons have a lock on them continuously. My kids have never had an issue with that. My grandchildren have never had an issue with that because their father and their grandfather educated them on these. So I just ask that you take this amendment as a friendly amendment. If you want to hold people accountable, at least this will leave a felony in place for something that, it is a tragedy. And anyone being a victim, myself, of a gun crime, being shot in the line of duty, I don't wish that upon anybody. That is a horrible thing to have to overcome, for your family to have to overcome. So we have to make sure that when we're doing these things, that we're not punishing good law-abiding citizens. Take the fight to the criminals, to the criminal element, where it belongs. So I ask for support in this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Becker-Finn to the A3.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and I think it's custom and usage that the author of the bill gets to decide whether it's friendly or not, and I would oppose this amendment as it undermines what we're trying to accomplish here. I think one thing, and we are sort of getting into debating the underlying bill as part of this, and that's fine that we do that as within this amendment process, but I want to clarify that it's it's one of the first lines in the bill, when it is not carried or under the control of the owner. So the intent is not that you would have to have a trigger lock on your weapon at all times. But when it's not under your control, the point is that it's not under your control. You can't control what happens because you're not there. You don't have it under your control. And as we've heard from our testifiers, the reality is that children don't always make the safest choices. They're children. And so what we're trying to do is make it really clear that the expectations that we store our guns safely, that we do need to hold it at this level and put this in the criminal code. Again, I don't take it lightly that we're adding criminal penalties. It's not a thing I typically am in favor of doing, but I think the seriousness of this requires that there be, that we use our criminal justice system, that we have those criminal consequences. And so I would oppose this amendment. Thank you, Chair Mueller.
Thank you. And members, I'll just note too that I do want to get us moving to a vote. So if we can try to limit discussions to the amendments, that would be helpful. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. Representative Becker-Finn, what is near? What is near the fire? What does ammunition near the firearm mean? What does access mean? How else are we going to hang people up? People, if they try to comply with this, is 5 feet too far? Is a different room too far? Is unsecured too far? Will it depend on the seriousness of what happens if someone, breaks into a safe and gets access, and then we'll decide what it is? There's no definitions. It's vague. It's unenforceable. What do you think is near, and how would you as a prosecutor decide if this is something that is too close or in violation of the law or not violation of the law?
And I will note we are moving astray a little bit of the amendment. I'll go ahead and have Representative Becker-Finn answer this question, and then I'd like to go ahead and let's take a vote on the amendments so we can get to a further discussion of the bill. Representative Becker-Finn.
I think you're Chair Mueller, and I think, it would be the current way that we interpret statute. It would be the reasonable understanding of what that word means. What I don't see is an amendment to clarify that. If you had questions about that, I would have been happy to talk to you about an amendment to make that more clear if there's a way that we can do that. But I think something being within your control means, could you stop it? Could you control what happens with it? A lot of these incidents are guns left unsecured in homes, as one of the testifiers shared, out in a public space. There are all kinds of places that people are unsafe. And I think I would also note that the training that y'all referenced that the NRA does recommends that you store things unloaded with the ammunition separate. That's actually the recommendation. So, I realize this is the first time this bill has had a hearing, and I love the committee process. If there is a way to make a bill better through discussion through the committee process, I am more than open to have those discussions to clarify those things. The intent here is not that a law-abiding person who has their permit, who is doing things safely, would be in any kind of trouble or would be at any kind of risk of being held accountable under this bill. This is to address those folks. They're probably not most of us here who are not doing things safely. That's the intent of the bill, and I think it's important that we do have that on the record, Madam Chair.
All right, moving now back to the A3 amendment. I think we'll let Representative Grossell closing remarks on the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, why we're repealing something that we already have, that y'all have prosecuted? Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this better? We don't need to strap citizens down more. We have laws in place. We need prosecution done. We need sentences executed. So, in lieu of this passing, I figure if we take these few things out and leave in place what I've suggested, at least you'll be doing the job, I hope. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
All right, all those in favor of the A3 amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The A3 amendment is not adopted. The next amendment we have is the A4. Who will be offering the A4 amendment?
That would be me, Chair Mueller.
Representative Novotny to the A4.
As I said before, and I'll repeat it again, you have a right to protect yourself, and your family has a right to protect themselves and others. My bill would create an exception to the felony penalties for a child accessing a firearm for use in self-defense or defense of another person. We're pushing for time, and I want to get to all the bills today, so I won't go into it very long, but there are many situations where someone, a 17-year-old, in case of you've been disabled by something in a self-defense situation, or they're home alone, and all the firearms are securely stored, but help is a long ways away. And I know my kids, the first thing they would have done is call me when a stranger shows up at the door, and of course I would have told them to call 911. But had I been able to give them the code for access to my safes, now under this bill, unless we take our amendment, that would be another felony. So I'm asking that we at least give people the ability to defend themselves and others. And I ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Representative Becker-Finn to the A4.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. And essentially, this amendment would allow you to store a loaded handgun sitting on the kitchen table, and you would be in violation of the law, but then if the 4-year-old got scared and shot somebody, then they would not apply, we wouldn't apply it basically incentivizes a child shooting somebody in a situation where a gun is not stored safely. I sort of get what Representative Novotny is trying to get at, but this amendment doesn't get that done. This amendment would allow some really unsafe situations. Not to mention that a younger child wouldn't even be criminally culpable to begin with. There's just, this amendment's not ready. I get the scenario you're talking about with a 17-year-old home alone, some kind of scenario, but this ain't it, and I would oppose this amendment.
Discussion to the A4. Closing comments, Representative Novotny.
I got lectured last night we all got lectured last night about using one-offs and gross misrepresentations. And, we go from a scenario that I painted that happens more than you know, and we turn it to a 4-year-old with a gun on a table, and that's not what my amendment would do. And thank you, Chair.
All right, a roll call has been requested on the A4 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mueller?
No.
Mueller, no. Vice Chair Feist?
No.
Feist, no. Representative Novotny?
Yes.
Novotny, yes. Representative Becker-Finn?
No.
Becker-Finn, no. Representative Curran?
No.
Curran, no. Representative Ingen?
Yes.
Ingen, yes. Representative Frazier?
No.
Frazier, no. Representative Grosso?
Yes.
Grosso, yes. Representative Hollins?
No.
Hollins, no. Representative Hudson?
Yes.
Hudson, yes. Representative Hewitt?
No.
Hewitt, no. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Mueller, yes. Representative Pinto?
No.
Pinto, no. Representative Tapke?
No.
Tapke, no. Representative Whitty?
Yes.
Whitty, yes. There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A4 amendment is not adopted. The next amendment we have is the A5 amendment. I believe Representative Tabke will be offering the A5 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair Moeller. A5 implements the 2 suggestions from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus as we look through the bill, and there are some ways we could improve it. Work with Becker-Finn, Representative Becker-Finn on that. And first, it allows the use of quick access safes for peace officers and people with permits to carry. And second, it exempts antique and display firearms from requirement for locking device, which happens mostly in legions and VFWs and those kinds of areas. So thank you, Chair Moeller.
Representative Becker-Finn to the A5.
I support the A5 amendment. I appreciate the discussion that got us to the amendment, and I think it makes the bill better.
Discussion to the A5. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment does something that's rather noteworthy. It acknowledges that storing a firearm, a loaded firearm, in a quick access safe is a reasonable action to secure a firearm. So the question becomes, why is it reasonable for peace officers and permit holders, but not someone who doesn't have a permit, but merely wants to protect themselves in their own home? And I'd ask the author that question.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you for the question. Those folks have received training.
Representative Hudson.
Does the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution have a training clause?
Representative Becker-Finn.
No, it does not, but the same way that requiring a permit to carry is a reasonable law that has been upheld, that is constitutional, it's an extension of that same reasoning.
Representative Hudson.
So to conclude, what's being said here in this chamber is that you have a duty to die in the presence of a hostile who's attacking your person because you did not receive state-approved training. Thank you.
Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the author. Do you know why the U.S. Armed Forces and the law enforcement community like to have individuals from rural Minnesota, rural communities in their ranks?
Representative Grosso, is this to the A?
This is to the.
Can you please tie it to the A4?
A5.
Or, I'm sorry,
The
the
A5.
A5.
The reason being is that the question was asked, is there a training clause in the Second Amendment? The reason I'm asking this is because, and putting this forward, is because they are trained. They have been using firearms pretty much all their lives. So to limit this A5 to only these specific groups, that is not reasonable to the rest of the citizens. That is why the U.S. military was glad to have me. That is why law enforcement was too, because I was already trained in most of these weapons. Properly trained, safely trained. So to only limit this amendment to just these certain groups, that's not doing your citizens the justice and the good that it should be. So I would like you to consider making this amendment complete and making that available to all of your citizenry.
Representative Becker-Finn. Not sure if there was still a question there or not, but.
No, and I don't think it really, I mean, it's sort of the, you can say it as a question or you could just make your point. And I do want to clarify to Representative Hudson's comments, no, that's not what anybody is saying here. You can't just restate something with your own talking points and turn that into what I just said. Again, it is accepted, settled law that requiring training to have a permit to carry is legal and is constitutional. This is just an extension of that and recognizing that folks who have that training. I will also say that, again, this is the first time we've heard this bill. If we wanted to extend this to folks who have served in the military and have also received that training, but who aren't peace officers and don't have a permit to carry, like, I do think that's reasonable. But I don't think just blankly saying anyone who lives in rural Minnesota necessarily has that training. Not everybody took the firearm safety class with me when I was a kid. A lot of us did, but not everyone. And so I think like flatly saying that I don't think is accurate, but would be open to discussion with you of extending this to folks who have served in our military and clearly have that background.
Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and thank you for that, because that was my next question. Are veterans that are retired and no longer in the military, that would exclude them? But the other question is, does it just have to be a Minnesota permit, or is it HR 218, which a lot of our retired law enforcement carry? And obviously, been former police officer, we have to train yearly, and we have to qualify. And so, you know, when we're looking at this, like, I'm just trying to help make it better and understand that there are some other areas that we could be looking at. Thank you.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you for the question, and unfortunately, I don't have time to pull up 624.714, which is referenced. So I don't know if Jeff Diebel from House Research would have a comment on
Mr. Diebel.
applicability there.
Madam Chair, what is the question before the body?
Go ahead.
Is the question whether LEOSA?
Yes, the retired HR 218, would that apply? Because this says permit. Minnesota permit's different than the HR 218, and then veterans who are no longer serving, but they might not have a permit.
Mr. Diebel.
Madam Chair, this exception would not apply to military veterans or retired peace officers who are authorized to carry under LEOSA. That would have to be explicitly provided for in this provision.
Thank you. And to keep us moving, I know Representative Becker-Finn said these are exactly the kinds of discussions she wants to have and things to consider. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Let's see, I think that was it. We'll go back to the author of the amendment, which is Representative Tabke. Any closing comments?
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and thank you, Representative Whitty, for ways that we can help to make this better. And I'm sure that Representative Becker-Finn will be happy to do that as it moves forward. So I hope for your support on this.
All right, all those in favor of the A5 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. The A5 amendment is adopted. All right, now we will move to discussion on the bill. And I will just note for everybody that we had over 85, I think the last I checked, letters, both in support and opposed to all the different bills we're hearing today. So please take some time to look through those letters and that testimony, and they are posted online as well. Discussion to the bill as amended. All right, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative Becker-Finn, for this bill. Like Representative Becker-Finn, I'm a proud gun owner. I enjoy shooting safely as a hobby. I grew up with guns in my home. This is something that I've also had in my life. The first time I ever handled a handgun was when I was in school learning how to be a police officer. And I can, as Representative Becker-Finn mentioned, and I can attest to this, is standard training and recommended practice by those who train law enforcement officers is that you store your weapons separately from your ammunition. And I can say that I have done this in my own home. And about 2 years ago, as someone was actively breaking into my home, I was able to quickly access my unloaded weapon, load it, and get down to the stairs before that person had even made it into my house. So I'm not convinced that suddenly responsible gun owners forget how to handle their weapons because we have new laws in place to keep our families and communities safer. I'm not convinced. I will say as well that, yes, there is routine behavior among those who are used to carrying firearms. I will also say that routine behavior can still be dangerous behavior if you're not practicing it correctly. I wanted to point out as well, it is important to note that we're very clear about being in control of weapons with this bill. I would also argue that instructing a minor to protect themselves by accessing a safely stored firearm is within the control of the owner as they're instructing the minor to safely use it in an emergency situation. I'd also just like to say that I agree that we need a lot of education around guns. I do think that there's a lot of fear that could be alleviated by, folks who aren't familiar with guns. Unless you handle them and you're familiar with how they work, you can take one apart and put it back together. It is scary. It is scary. And I've had those conversations with my family to help them become less afraid of something that, yes, can potentially protect your family. But speaking to education, if we're not listening to what's happening, if we are learning nothing from the reality of our modern day society where children are dying and it's a leading cause among children, then we're not learning, we're not doing anything, we're not serving anybody. And that needs to be part of our education as we move forward. And with that, I request a roll call on the bill, please.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill as amended. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we certainly know that there can be a disparity between legislative intent and the actual effect of the legislation that we write. And so when I say that we in this chamber are saying a certain thing, what I'm speaking to is not what you intend to say, but what you are actually doing through the effect of your legislation. And so examining this bill from that perspective, what this bill claims to do based upon the way it's been presented and the testimony in support of it, is it claims to address a status quo where loaded guns are just lying about carelessly, willy-nilly, anywhere. You can just pick them up off the street or in the trunk of somebody's car, and that's currently legal, and we're doing nothing to protect the public. But that is not the status quo, and that is acknowledged in this bill. How? It repeals existing law, 609-666, which reads, a person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who negligently stores or leaves a loaded firearm in a location where the person knows or reasonably should know that a child is likely to gain access unless reasonable action is taken to secure the firearm against access by the child. Now, what that law does is it creates the necessity for gun owners to secure their firearms in such a way that they cannot be easily accessed, which every law-abiding gun owner currently does. So this bill creates a problem by amending current law and then proposes a replacement law that has a new effect. And that new effect is to penalize gun ownership as such. And what I mean by that is that the entire point of owning a gun, the whole point, is to be able to use it when you need it. And when you need it now. Not 30 seconds from now, not 20 seconds from now, not 15 seconds from now. Now, you need it now. That's the whole point of having it. And so if you're gonna have a scenario where the gun has to have a trigger lock and the bullets need to be across the room, what you are doing is creating a scenario where people are not able to use their firearm for the purpose which they purchased it. This is a clever way of making it legally hazardous and practically useless to own a gun. Vote no.
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like data and I like evidence-based policymaking, and I just wanted to point out that the Journal of the American Medical Association has an article that was very robust research that shows that safe storage is directly tied to reduced deaths by suicide. And in September, a study was released showing that 70% of gun deaths in Minnesota in the most recent year for which we have data were suicide. And 80% of those were people in greater Minnesota. This bill is important for Minnesotans. It's particularly important for people who live in greater Minnesota. I would urge a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Pinto.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I'm trying to get my head around Representative Hudson's scenario because the language is the firearm is not carried or under the control of the owner. So just we're talking about seconds counting, you don't have the firearm in this scenario. It's not, you're not carrying it, it's not under your control. So I guess I'm struggling with trying to figure out how that works. You're not carrying it, it's not under your control. In that circumstance, then you have to comply with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, closing comments to the bill.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and thank you members for the discussion. As I said, I am open to amending the bill and making it better. That's why we're all here. That's what the committee process is for. I do want to note in all those 80-some letters that we do have a letter of support from the MPPOA, the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association. I don't take that lightly. They don't like everything that I do, but I do appreciate their support with this bill, and I think that is instructive. You know, when we have the largest, you know, the folks who represent our licensed peace officers saying that they support this, I think that that's important. To some of the other comments, if 609.66 as it is was enough, I wouldn't be bringing this bill forward, but it's not. Our current law does not prevent the behavior, has not been preventing the behavior that could save lives, and ultimately that's what we're doing here. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not use this as an opportunity for a public service announcement to really ask us, you know, those of us who are gun owners, especially those of us who are gun owners and who have kids. When your kid goes to another person's house for the first time, do you ask? Do you ask if there are guns stored in the home? Do you ask if they're stored safely? When kids come over to your house, do you disclose that? I do. I can tell it's not the norm. Other parents thank me for doing that, but I think that also is an important thing that we can all do as gun owners to sort of, to what Representative Curran spoke to, sort of remove the scary part for folks who are not familiar with guns, for kids who don't grow up in those homes and don't get that training at home, don't get that education at home, to really be upfront about that, about what we are doing to keep our kids safe and keep people safe. Because ultimately, legislative intent does matter. This is the conversation that we're having right now, is setting the legislative intent when this bill will be interpreted by courts. And that's why I brought up the legislative intent, because that is important. That is the intent. The intent here is to save kids' lives by storing our guns more safely. It's a reasonable bill, and I appreciate the discussion and the support from members.
Representative Becker-Finn renews the motion that House File 396 as amended be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Moeller?
Aye.
Moeller, yes. Vice Chair Feist?
Aye.
Feist, yes. Representative Novotny? Novotny, no. Representative Becker-Finn?
Aye.
Becker-Finn, yes. Representative Curran?
Aye.
Curran, yes. Representative Ingen?
No.
Ingen, no. Representative Frazier?
Aye.
Frazier, yes. Representative Grussel?
Nope.
Grussel, no. Representative Hollins?
Aye.
Hollins, yes. Representative Hudson?
No.
Hudson, no. Representative Hewitt?
Aye.
Hewitt, yes. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes no.
Mueller, no. Representative Pinto?
Aye.
Pinto, yes. Representative Tapke?
Aye.
Tapke, yes. Representative Whitty?
No.
Whitty, no. There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The next bill we have on the agenda is House File 14. It's Representative Pinto's bill. Representative Pinto, would you like to move that House File 14 be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right, and would you also like to move the A5 amendment?
You know, Madam Chair, maybe Maybe I should briefly explain the bill, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Diebel to walk us through the A5, but it might be useful to have, just to understand how the bill works, and then that'll put the A5 in the context.
Okay,
But up
great.
to you,
And-
Madam Chair.
Yep, and I would just note too that you have, your A5 amendment is the one that we're going to be adopting. There's a DE, and we're not going to be voting on the DE. It's really just here so that you can see what the bill looks like as it would be amended with the A5. Is that correct, Representative Pinto?
It is, Madam Chair.
All right, go ahead and explain, briefly explain your bill, and then we'll have Mr. Diebel walk through the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. The HF 14 is a bill to require criminal background checks on all gun sales and on all transfers, gun transfers in Minnesota, with a number of exceptions that we'll get into, I'm sure. The bill is structured to require that when there is an unlicensed seller who's going to be selling or transferring a gun to a buyer, that there has to be a permit to purchase that is shown by the buyer to the seller. A permit to carry qualifies as a permit to purchase. That permit to purchase is obtained by going to law enforcement. Again, permit to carry qualifies, and then is shown, and then records are kept by the seller and the buyer. What the amendment does is has a number of changes relating to that process, responding to concerns expressed from a number of quarters. And it may be appropriate, Madam Chair, if it's okay, that I will at this time then move the A5 and would ask Mr. Diebel to walk the committee through it.
Thank you. Mr. Diebel.
Madam Chair and members, the A5 amendment, I'm going to begin with the discussion of lines 1.2 to 1.6. This adds a grounds for a chief law enforcement officer to deny a transferee permit, and that grounds is a name being on a criminal gang investigative data system, which is a exception or a grounds for denial of a permit to carry as well. Moving to lines 1.7 to 1.19 of the amendment. This mirrors language in the permit to carry statute, and it transfers it to the transferee permit statute, and it creates a standard for the permit to be denied based on an applicant's dangerousness. Moving to line 1.20 of the amendment, this extends the amount of time that a chief law enforcement officer has to process an application for a transfer permit to 30 days. Moving to line 1.21 through line 2.25, this language mirrors the appellate process as well as the due process rights granted to permit to carry applicants, and it extends those to those who apply for a transferee permit. Moving forward to line 2.26 of the A5 amendment. This begins the changes to the report of transfer statute. This also line extends the amount of time that a CLEO has, or chief law enforcement officer has, to process an application for a transfer report to 30 days. 2.27 through 2.31 modifies the process that a chief law enforcement officer has to shorten a waiting period, the 30-day waiting period that would be proposed in this bill. Moving to page 3 of the A5 amendment, lines 3.1 to 3.2, this is clarifying language that relates to the transfer of a firearm from a licensed dealer to an applicant for a firearm. Lines 3.33 to 3.7 of the, 3.3 to 3.7 of the A5 amendment adds the grounds for denying an applicant for a transfer report based on their name being on the gang investigative data system. This is similar to what is done obviously earlier in the amendment, and then what is done currently in the permit to carry statute. The next section, 3.8 to 3.21 of the amendment, this brings in the language from the permit to carry statute into the transfer report statute that provides guidance and standards for a chief law enforcement officer to deny an applicant based on their determination that the person is a danger to self or the public. Lines 3.22 and 3.23 is a cross-reference to the new section that is proposed in the bill related to unlicensed firearms transfers, unlicensed owners of firearm transfers. 3.24 through 4.19 of the amendment. This is, again, language from that mirrors the permit to carry statute and extends the appellate and due process rights in that statute to those who are denied an application under the report of transfer statute. Moving to page 4 of the A5 amendment, 4.20 through 4.27. This defines the term unlicensed person, and for the purposes of the new unlicensed party transfer statute in the bill. 4.28 through lines 5.32 insert a new subdivision into the new section in the statute which would allow unlicensed parties to bring their firearm to a licensed dealer to conduct the transaction as opposed to using the record of transfer process that's proposed in the bill. That carries us through to page 6, which all lines on this page 6 provide clarification that if you use this transfer process through a federal licensed dealer, that you are not obligated to comply with the record of transfer requirements that are proposed in the bill. Madam Chair, that concludes the overview of the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Diebel. Representative Pinto.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I probably should have said at the outset, so there's really two general themes running in this. Hopefully this became clear as Mr. Diebel is describing the amendment. One is to have the permit to carry process, the standard that's applied for the review by law enforcement before issuing a permit, and the appellate process, the procedure, putting the burden on the government as opposed to the permit applicant, et cetera, having all that be paralleled in this, in the transferee permit application process, et cetera. And then the other piece is to add an optional path. If the unlicensed seller and buyer wish to, they can go to a federal firearms licensee, a licensed dealer, FFL, and have the dealer kind of complete the process. That way they don't have to worry about the paperwork, et cetera, and just go straight to a dealer if they want to. And that's simply an optional path. So those are sort of the two pieces. I know it's a fairly lengthy amendment, but really it's those two elements that are kind of what's going on here. And I would ask for your support to get the bill in the shape that I wish, and then we can discuss the bill.
Yep, discussion to the A5. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. The A5 amendment is adopted. All right, Representative Pinto would normally have you tell us about your bill, but you did that already, so I think we're ready to move on to the testifiers.
Just fine, Madam Chair.
Members and testifiers, so this, for this portion, we're gonna have 15 minutes for the proponents and then 15 minutes for the opponents. And again, the public testifiers that signed up in advance will each have 90 seconds. The public testifiers that are here the first one is Commissioner Bob Jacobson. Come on forward. Chief Booker Hodges is second, so if you can come up as well. And then the next person on deck will be Michelle Zender Fisher, so we can just keep things moving along. Welcome back to the committee, Commissioner. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Moeller, I'm Bob Jacobson, for the record, Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. Honored to be here today. I am here to support Representative Pinto's House File 14, which will require criminal background checks on all private transfers and sales of firearms. While I am new to the Department of Public Safety, I know that the Waltz administration has been pushing for this change for over 4 years now. Requiring criminal background checks on transfers of firearms is a common sense law. It should not matter whether you purchase a firearm at a local retailer or a private seller. You should be required to pass a background check. In fact, 21 other states have adopted similar laws to accomplish this very same goal. Currently in Minnesota, to purchase any firearm at a federally licensed firearms dealer, the buyer must pass a criminal background check. This bill will help ensure that all gun purchases and transfers are treated in a consistent manner. And I want to be clear, this bill will not stop every criminal from acquiring a firearm, but I do believe that passing this legislation will reduce gun violence and save families from the devastating impact of losing a loved one. We will still need strong prevention, intervention, mental health resources to those in need and enforcement to reduce gun violence in our state. The key to our success is working together and using multiple tools to reduce deaths and injuries due to gun violence. Local law enforcement and other community groups are critical partners in that work. The Police Executive Research Forum put out a publication on reducing gun violence. One of the 9 recommendations they had was to keep guns out of the hands of people who are legally prohibited from owning them. In order to do so, we must pass this bill to ensure background checks are also required on private sales and transfers. The report also points out that the National Instant Criminal Background Check System has prevented more than 1.5 million illegal firearm sales since 1998. This includes those who have committed serious crimes, fugitives, domestic violence convictions, or protection restraining orders for domestic violence. This proposal has the ability to reduce gun violence and in turn reduce the number of victims of violent crimes that our state serves. The impact of gun violence impacts families, children, healthcare, education, employment, and our society as a whole. This is a great action step in us working together. And as a new commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, I commonly think about how best to serve the mission of the agency, which is serving all communities to build a safer Minnesota. I think this proposal helps us do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Next testifier, we have Chief Booker Hodges, and then Michelle Zender-Fisher, if you want to come on up to the testifier table. Welcome to the committee, Chief. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Chair Moeller, my name is Booker Hodges. I'm the police chief for the city of Bloomington. I'm here on behalf of the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, an association that represents more than 300 chiefs across the state and 200 members of command staff. And we are just here to personally testify in support of this bill, House File 14. The Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association has long been committed to keeping our residents and law enforcement officers safe and from the threat of gun violence. Our association supports preventing individuals who are legally able to purchase a gun from doing so without background checks. At gun shows, online, or in private transactions. Thank you, Representative Pinto, and on your continued support and hard work, important work on this public safety issue that will have a dramatic impact on our state, and the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association urges members to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, we have Sheriff Camrud, who's remote, so then the next testifier in person after Ms. Zender-Fisher will be Dr. Will Nicholson. So Dr. Nicholson, if you want to make your way to the table, and Michelle Zender-Fisher, welcome. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Zender-Fisher. I'm the Nicollet County Attorney and here today as president of the Minnesota County Attorneys Association. I'm here today to recommend support of this bill. The legislation strikes an appropriate balance between protecting public safety in all mechanisms of firearm transfers while still ensuring the constitutional right to possess firearms. It closes the existing gap that currently exists that allows for the transfer of firearms without appropriate background checks, which represents a risk to public safety. The Minnesota County Attorneys Association therefore supports this bill as an important advancement to protecting public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jason Camrud, Sheriff, you are online. I see you, we see you. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and begin your testimony.
Good morning. I'm Carver County Sheriff Jason Camrud, and I am here today to speak in support of House File 14 on behalf of Minnesota Sheriff's Association, representing 87 county sheriffs. 30 years ago, when I was getting into law enforcement, the landscape surrounding the purchase, possession, and use of firearms was considerably different than it is today. And the increase in mental health crises and increases in gun violence, both self-inflicted and criminal acts, requires a new look. I suspect we agree we need to work toward preventing mentally ill or dangerous people from accessing firearms and granting your elected sheriffs and chiefs of police the ability to deny or revoke permits to transfer for those who, based on documented evidence, pose a threat to themselves or others will help prevent dangerous people from accessing certain types of firearms while maintaining the rights of responsible gun owners. We appreciate the author's work in ensuring the proposed legislation provides that limited discretion to the CLEOs. One recommendation we respectfully ask you to consider relates to retention of transfer paperwork. In our view, asking a private party to retain transfer paperwork for 20 years seems a bit excessive. We will continue to work with the author to present viable alternatives. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank you all for your time and for your willingness to consider the input from your county sheriffs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before Dr. Nicholson testifies, we have Joyce Hayden and Mike Myers. If you can make your way to the table as well. Dr. Will Nicholson, welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of this committee. My name is Will Nicholson. I'm a family doctor and a hospitalist in St. Paul, and I'm the president of the Minnesota Medical Association. I'm testifying here on behalf of the MMA and the more than 10,000 physicians and physicians in training that we have as members who are in strong support of HF 14. The reason that 10,000 physicians and physicians in training are in strong support is because firearm death and injury is an epidemic. Let's talk about the facts. This is an epidemic that is particularly acute among children and adolescents, as well as young adults. Every day, 22 children are victims of firearm death and injury in the United States. According to the CDC, firearms recently became the #1 cause of death for children in our country. This surpasses motor vehicles and deaths from all other injuries. This is appalling, and we must do better for our children. In addition, we continue to see that firearm violence is disproportionately and overwhelmingly impacting our communities of color, with Black Americans experiencing 10 times the firearm homicides and 18 times the firearm injuries of the rest of the population. Simply put, background checks work. In Minnesota, 891 and 44 background checks were conducted in 2022 based on the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System. While this system has been successful in preventing tens of thousands of firearm sales to individuals prohibited from purchasing guns, an enormous loophole exists. A 2015 report published in the Annals of Internal Medicine, a widely respected medical journal, found that 22%, almost 1 in 4, gun purchases over the course of the previous 2 years were not subject to background checks. Furthermore, 45% of gun owners who acquired a gun online in the past 2 years did so without any background check being conducted. This glaring loophole must be closed. Now, I'm confident that opponents of this legislation will tell you that expanded background checks won't prevent all firearm death and injuries, and they're right. There is no guarantee this legislation will prevent all deaths, all injuries, but just because something won't fix everything doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. A few years ago, a gun right organization scolded the nation's physicians for advocacy on behalf of firearm safety measures, urging us to, quote, stay in our lane, end quote. Members, this is very much our lane. Not only do physicians do the work to repair the damage to tissues and organs and lives following gunshot wounds, we are often the people who personally tell the families of the victims that their son or mother or grandfather has died as a result. When more than 45,000 Americans die as a result of firearm violence, 4,357 of whom are children, there is no other way to describe this. It is a public health crisis, and we are in this fight. On behalf of Minnesota's physicians, I urge you to support smart, common sense measures like HF 14. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Joyce Hayden. Come on over to the table. And then Mike Myers will be the final testifier at this point. We have about 6 minutes left. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Joyce Hayden, and I am here as a survivor. My daughter, Taylor Hayden, was taken from us July 23rd, 2016. Today is difficult, it's hard, and we shouldn't have to be here. We shouldn't have to be telling our stories. We've heard way too many at this point. This week is National Gun Violence Survivors Week, a time when we as survivors come together to share and amplify the stories and the voices of gun violence survivors like myself. We live with this impact on a daily basis, day by day, hour by hour. This week, the first week of February, marks the week of survivors being able to tell our stories. It's a difficult week for me because this week leads into Taylor's birthday. Her birthday is February 23rd, and so it just becomes a month where we're having to relive this over and over and over again. The pain is amplified every day, and it doesn't get easier. This happened in 2016, and so we're in 2023. This is not an easy task for me. I just said to my stepson, Jeff Hayden, that I suddenly have a headache. I shouldn't have a headache. I shouldn't be feeling this trauma, but I do. And I've told Taylor's story a number of times. And I'll tell it again and again and again until we get it in our heads that we can do something to stop this. We can do something to end gun violence. We don't have to live with this trauma. We don't have to be subject to it. It's within our grasp. It's within our hands. We can do it. We can make the change. We have the ability to do that. And so I appeal to you today to make the necessary changes that we need to end gun violence. Having a bill that really causes people to have a license, to have a background check is important. It's very important. And we don't say that for people who are getting their guns legally. We say that for all the guns that are on the street that are illegal. All the guns that are stolen. Those are the ones that we want to make sure that we stop. I wear this color today because it represents Taylor. This was her color. And I don't know how she came up with it, but even as a little girl, she wanted her room this color. She wanted every notebook this color. Everything that she had was in this color. So I wear this to represent her. I wear this to have you see her through me. It's important that we understand that we are dealing with lives, and we don't want to risk losing anymore. So I veered pretty much off my speech, but I think it was necessary that I be more authentic and transparent so that you clearly get where I'm coming from and what I am asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mike Myers, welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mike Myers, and I'm a member of Gabby Gifford's Gun Owners for Safety. I'm the co-leader of the Minnesota chapter. Gifford supports the Second Amendment, but thinks reasonable gun laws for safety is a paramount. I'm a hunter, a collector, a reloader, a veteran of the United States Navy where I served as a gunner's mate, and a concealed carry permit holder. Firearms are a part of my life. I'm here today to testify in support of HF 14 that would require all gun purchases in Minnesota to be subject to background checks. Background checks are the most important tool we have to enforce the laws already on the books. Background checks are popular with nearly all Americans, including gun owners like me. I have undergone a background check for every firearm I've purchased in this state, and I consider it my responsibility as a gun owner to do so. You'll likely hear people testify today that background checks won't stop criminals from getting guns and only burden law-abiding gun owners, or that transfers between unlicensed sellers are usually to people they know, so we don't need background checks on private sales. Usually is not good enough. As a gun owner, we should work on laws to filter the process and keep firearms out of the hands of people who have them. And a filter doesn't work if you ignore the big holes in it. Sadly, there's more paperwork involved in a funeral than there is in a gun purchase. As a gun owner and a Minnesotan who wants to set an example of responsible gun ownership, I strongly urge you to pass HF 14 out of committee It does not infringe on my rights and is a critical step towards reducing gun violence in this state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and for all the testifiers. Next up, we have the testimony in opposition. I believe all those testifiers are present. Reverend Tim Christopher, Sarah Hauptman, and Brian Strasser. If you can make your way up to the testifier table. I'll give you a minute to get up here. Reverend Christopher, you are up next, so please welcome to the committee. Come introduce yourself, and you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for having me and the committee. How we doing, Cedric, Walter? How we doing? I've been listening to a lot of things that's been going on. I've been listening to a lot of things that is happening here with this here bill, and I think Mr. Pinto know who I am, and I know who he is. And I just listened to the guy from Gabby Gifford sit up here and say the things that he said. Gabby Gifford came into Minneapolis a couple years ago and got a group of white men together right outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota, talking about black violence in the community, and did not invite not one black man to that. What you need to understand is some of these bills that are being put forth, they're racist, and we know that, because they don't go far enough to help the black community. I was in church this Sunday when LaDamian Garrett Jr., and some of y'all don't even know who that kid is. LaDamian is the third kid who survived the shooting this summer. The other two died, correct, Ted? I guarantee you, those kids that were shot by someone who was a gun, who shouldn't have been owning a gun, and should have been prosecuted for having that gun. But because we're so light on crime, that person got out. I guarantee you, that's what happened. This here bill that you're about to put here, I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm against it. Cool. My point is, it does nothing for the black community. Nothing at all. All these bills you're gonna be putting up, it does nothing for the black community. I can shoot them down real quick. Because what happens is that they go down to Texas, to Alabama, they go get guns, they bring them back up, they sneak them into North Minneapolis. Nobody needs a background check. We know that, right? No, I'm just saying, we know that happens. So why don't you start prosecuting the gun laws? Use the laws that are on the books to save some of these black lives. Do anybody know how many black kids were shot under 18 this year? Anybody? That's what I'm saying, people. Y'all don't come down there. Paul Novotny is the only one that's came down to help me out. We stood, right, Paul? We stood in the liquor store, and we thought we was going to have to shoot ourselves out. Am I correct? The only one. The rest of y'all, I ain't seen y'all down there. I ain't seen you do nothing. I sat in front of you a couple of years ago, and I said, somebody give a damn. And all these babies died because y'all didn't give a damn. But I'm supposed to sit here today and act like I care about these bills. It's not going to do anything for the black community. Not one of those bills are going to do something for the black community. Moms Demand Protect Minnesota comes into the black community and act like they care. They don't give a damn. They ain't been back there since they got the numbers to come up here and pay y'all bill to get you to vote for this stuff. You know that, man. Come on, people. I've got to talk for my people. If y'all gonna be talking for yours, I'll talk for mine. Period. Thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier is Sarah Hauptman, and on deck is Brian Strasser. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Hauptman. I'm from Maplewood, Minnesota. I'm a volunteer for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Riddle me this. What exactly does contact with law enforcement mean? It's not defined in the bill, but I can tell you what I've seen. Maybe your neighbors think you're making too much noise, or they don't like the way you put out your trash. Maybe you drive a busted car. Maybe you were walking while black in Edina. Maybe the officer just didn't like your tone. Maybe you got uppity and went to a protest against police brutality, and maybe you got kettled under a bridge and arrested. Contact with law enforcement. The way HF 14 is written, any encounter could be a pretext for denying your constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights. We're not talking about being convicted of a crime in court. We're talking about broad officer discretion with no due process. If these examples seem ridiculous to you, that's because they are. You're right. And ask yourself why you would support a bill that allows ridiculous things to happen. I will say this. I do believe that most people who support gun control genuinely desire to protect citizens from each other, and that's a noble intent. That's important. But we also have a duty and an obligation to protect citizens from the government. Remember that just 2 years ago, we were talking about defunding the police because they couldn't be trusted. And now today, we're forcing members of marginalized communities to go to the police and beg for permission to exercise their fundamental civil rights. This bill gives police unlimited power and zero incentive to act right. If you are black in Minnesota, you are 9 times more likely to be arrested for disorderly conduct, 5 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession, 25 times more likely to be arrested for loitering, 9 times more likely to be stopped for a broken taillight, 29 times more likely to be searched during a traffic stop. Contact with law enforcement. I don't know what was in the hearts of legislators when they signed on to this bill, but I do know what officer discretion is code for. Thank you.
All right, Brian Strasser, welcome back to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Brian Strasser, Chairman for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of our members and supporters in opposition to Representative Pinto's bill, HF 14. This legislation places an undue barrier in front of law-abiding gun owners by requiring a state-issued license in order to obtain a firearm, and does not do anything to stop the flow of firearms in the criminal illicit gun market that operates in this state. It takes the waiting process from 7 days to 30, further delaying the exercise of a core part of that right, the ability to purchase a firearm for self-defense. And as Sarah said, it invests entirely too much power in law enforcement. It gives them the ability to decide who and who does not get to exercise their constitutional right. Unlike our permit to carry law, as amended, this bill, if you're wrongfully denied by a the law enforcement chief, and you prevail on appeal in court, there's no provision to get your legal or court costs covered by the law enforcement leader that wrongfully denied you. This bill creates a paperwork trail with law enforcement, firearms dealers, and private citizens that amounts to a de facto registry of firearms and their owners that can be accessed by any law enforcement officer without a warrant or without a subpoena or any form of court order. The form that gun owners will be required to keep for 20 years contains the make and model of the firearm and the serial number of the firearm, none of which is necessary to record for a background check. Why is that any of the government's business? And guess what? If you can't produce this when the police officer knocks on your door at 3 a.m. and demands you to produce it, you get to get charged with a gross misdemeanor and go to jail. And that can happen 19 years, 364 days after the transaction. This bill creates a financial burden in front of exercising one's specific enumerated constitutional right to possess a firearm. You have to get a permit to purchase. That takes time. By the way, only during the business week, during business hours. Or a permit to carry. That's time plus costs. If you don't want to do the paperwork process, you got to go to a dealer. If you're in Minneapolis or St. Paul, too bad. No dealers, because the city has zoned them out of existence. You get to pay the dealer for the transfer. $20, $50, $100 is not uncommon. And if you're transferring this for someone for hunting purposes for a long hunting trip, you get the privilege of doing this twice on both ends of the equation. Data from the U.S. Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Statistics show that 8% of criminals are obtaining their firearms through private sales. They're not getting these from law-abiding gun owners. A 19-year study out of California by folks on the other end of this issue from us at the University of California, Davis, looking at 2 decades of data since California passed the same law, that law had absolutely no impact on homicide or suicide rates with firearms in California. 79% of our firearm deaths here are suicides. Most of these are men in greater Minnesota, 45 to 64 years old. There's no evidence that shows these individuals are prohibited persons that are going to be stopped through this form of a background check. These individuals are almost certainly using firearms they have owned for years. Earlier, the Nicollet County Attorney testified on this bill that it strikes the right balance between constitutional rights and public safety. But that's not the standard for how we evaluate burdening the Second Amendment anymore. In the Supreme Court's Bruin case, that standard is text, history, and tradition from 1791. Not balancing of rights. Criminals in Minnesota today obtain their firearms for their crimes by theft. That's a state and federal crime. Straw purchases, a state and federal crime. They get it through an illegal transaction on the illicit market between individuals that are also committing a crime, state and federal. When 2 individuals meet for an illicit firearm transaction behind the Cub Food up the road from my house in Arden Hills, they're already committing multiple felonies in state and federal law. If this bill becomes law, it's not going to stop theft, it's not going to stop straw purchases, and it's not going to stop the trunk loads of guns that Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says are coming into Minneapolis. We should vote this bill down, and the body should instead pursue laws that punish criminals that are engaged in the illicit gun market and ensure that courts are properly sentencing prohibited persons arrested in possession of a firearm or ammunition in violation of current law and the criminal market and the individuals running it that provides those firearms. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks to all 3 of you very much for your testimony today. We will move on to public testifiers, and we have Kathleen Anderson, Thomas Gallagher, and Ben Dorr on our list. So if the 3 of you want to go ahead and make your way to the testifier table, you will have 1.5 minutes each. We'll give you a chance to get here. I think Kathleen Anderson, you're up first.
Thank you.
Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Moeller, Rep. Pinto, committee members and staff. My name is Kathleen Anderson, and I'm a mom. I'm also a social worker, and I'm here to represent thousands of Moms Demand Action supporters from across the state in support of House File 14. House File 14 is critical legislation to extend Minnesota's criminal background check law to cover all handgun and semi-automatic assault weapon sales. Background check laws are the foundation and backbone of any gun violence prevention strategy. When there is no required background check on guns sold by unlicensed gun dealers, a loophole exists. This loophole makes it easier for people with violent felony convictions, domestic abuse convictions, and/or restraining orders, or prohibitive histories of serious mental illness to buy guns with no questions asked. Requiring background checks on all gun sales is proven to reduce gun violence. Our research shows us that state laws requiring background checks for all gun sales are in fact associated with lower firearm homicide rates, lower firearm suicide rates, and reduced firearm trafficking. We know that states that require background checks for all gun sales have homicide rates 10% lower than states without them. We know that we're facing an escalating gun violence crisis right here in Minnesota. The rate of gun homicides has increased 113% from 2011 to 2020. Gun violence is a plague that kills so many of our children and is making our survivor community grow every hour of every day. I urge you to take comprehensive action to fight gun violence in our state and vote yes on House File 14. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thomas Gallagher, please introduce yourself and begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Thomas Gallagher, G-A-L-L-A-G-H-E-R. I'm a criminal defense attorney in Minneapolis, going on my 35th year doing that work. I have represented many people over many years, and many of them have been African American. And what I have noticed is that prohibition-type crimes tend to be enforced against African Americans far more than anybody else. And I think that's wrong. I brought along my copy of The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander to kind of illustrate that point. There's a large quantity of research in here talking about that. All of these bills today, including HR 14, but all four of them, create criminal penalties that do not previously exist, and they expand criminal liability where it did not previously exist. These prohibition-type crimes, like marijuana and nonviolent gun crimes, have a higher, I believe that there's a more use of discretion on the part of law enforcement officers and prosecutors and other people in the criminal system, that even though there's no intention to be racist, the effect is racist. These are racist laws, and these are being unequally applied, and I can't believe that we are talking about doing more of that. We have an over-criminalization problem in the United States and in Minnesota. We have too many criminal laws. We have a mass incarceration problem, as Michelle Alexander talks about in her book. We need to stop, and we need to stop now. Most of us probably agree on these general principles, but we need to get down to specifics. These bills are the specifics. We need to defeat these bills. Please vote no on all of them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ben Dorr, welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, I'm Ben Dorr. I'm the Executive Director for Minnesota Gun Rights. I've got 90 seconds to make an hour-long point, so I'll just get right to it. I'm here today to tell you that the people of Minnesota are sick and tired of having their rights and freedoms stomped on by petty tyrants. We're sick and tired of inner-city criminals being let off the hook by Democrat prosecutors who have no desire at all to stop crime, but rather to tread on everyday gun owners. We will not be tread upon, and there will be no compromise. This whole hearing, in our opinion, is a goat roping joke. So we'll just say this. Minnesota gun rights is massive, and our reach extends deep into every district in Minnesota that matters. If you pass these bills, Minnesota gun rights will viciously expose every politician in the weakest districts in Minnesota in the 2024 elections and every election beyond. And we're well situated for it. More than that, we will encourage mass, peaceful non-compliance with any of these tyrannical and unconstitutional laws if they should become law. You can't have our guns, you can't take our Second Amendment away, and we will not comply because we know that what's happening here is the attempted disarmament of your political opposition. The choice comes down to the most vulnerable members of your caucus. Good luck, vote no.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, that is all we have for the testifiers. We are going to move on to member discussion, but I believe we have a couple of amendments first. First, we have the A2 amendment. Who will be offering the A2 amendment? Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. The A2 amendment simply strikes on page 10, line 17. We're deleting the 20-year requirement for records and at least bringing it into something that's reasonable. You're only required to keep your tax records for 7 years. If we're going to force these transfers, at least make it a reasonable period of time. 20 years is a long time. If something's going to happen with that firearm that already would be illegal anyway, no matter what we do with these laws, at least let's keep it reasonable in what that transfer and, not make someone responsible for something that happened 2 years or 2 decades beforehand.
All right.
We'll go roll call, Chair.
I'm sorry, what was the last part you said?
Requesting a roll call.
Roll call was requested. All right, Representative Pinto to this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Novotny, I understand the concern. The reason for the time period in the bill is because really, if you're selling a gun, you're in the same position as a dealer is the idea, and that's the same length of time that dealers are required to keep records. Having heard the concern, though, that was the reason for adding in that amendment that we adopted, the optional path, that if the seller does not want to have to keep the records and buyer doesn't want to keep the records, then what they can do is go to an FFL. Vast majority of Minnesotans are a short trip away from an FFL, and then you can complete the transfer there. So that's an option. But the idea is that if we've decided as a society that those who are selling guns should be keeping the records for that longer period of time, the idea is that you're taking on that responsibility as well similarly to the dealer, and so that's the reason that I would ask folks to oppose the amendment. Thanks.
All right, further discussion on the A2 amendment? Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. The reasonable charge isn't specified. Having transferred firearms myself, it can be time-consuming and costly to do. It's just common sense request, a green vote.
A roll call has been requested on the A2 amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Moeller?
No.
Moeller, no. Vice Chair Feist?
No.
Feist, no. Representative Novotny?
Yes.
Novotny, yes. Representative Becker-Finn?
No.
Becker-Finn, no. Representative Curran?
No.
Curran, no. Representative Ingen?
Yes.
Ingen, yes. Representative Frazier?
No.
Frazier, no. Representative Grussel?
Yes.
Grussel, yes. Representative Hollins?
No.
Hollins, no. Representative Hudson?
Yes.
Hudson, yes. Representative Hewitt?
No.
Hewitt, no. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Mueller, yes. Representative Pinto?
No.
Pinto, no. Representative Tapke?
No.
Tapke, no. Representative Whitty?
Yes.
Whitty, yes. There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, the motion does not prevail. The A2 amendment is not adopted. The next amendment we have is the A3 amendment. Who will be offering that amendment? Representative Hudson to the A3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to see that at the very least, there's an acknowledgement of not trying to impede transfers between family members. It's stated in lines 11:9 through 11:11 and defined as immediate family members. What my amendment would do is expand that just a little bit to include the following definition for family member. A spouse, including a domestic partner in a civil union or other registered domestic partnership as recognized by the state, and a spouse's parent, a child and a child's spouse, a parent and a parent's spouse, a sibling and a sibling's spouse, a grandparent, grandchild, or spouse of a grandparent and grandchild, a child of a sibling of the parents, a child-in-law, parent-in-law, sibling-in-law, and grandparent-in-law, and any other individual who is related by blood or affinity and whose association is equivalent of a family relationship. And this language is lifted straight from House File 2, which is the Paid Family Leave Bill. So it has precedent as being regarded as a family member in a bill authored by the majority. So I would ask for acceptance of this amendment.
All right, Representative Pinto to this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Hudson. I appreciate the chance through this amendment just to highlight for members and members of the public the quite extensive exclusions from the bill, which are on nearly 2 full legal-sized pages in the back of the bill. But I would ask members to vote against the amendment. I understand the goal, but have the concern that as you start getting out an extended family, and certainly then to folks whose association is equivalent to a family relationship, I don't necessarily know the exact criminal backgrounds of some extended family members. And the idea here is to say that at some point, we need to be having a background check. And it does seem to me that in looking at this list, this goes beyond what would be reasonable for that. So I would urge the members vote against.
Further discussion on the A3 amendment. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. And I did want to point out that already in the bill, we've got the exclusion, as was just noted by Representative Pinto, transfer between immediate family members, which means spouses, domestic partners, parents, children, siblings, grandparents, and grandchildren. So that's already actually excluded in the bill. I'm also not sure of what we mean by affinity, and wondering if Representative Hudson would speak to what the intent is with affinity. You know, is if I'm in a club with somebody, is that what we mean? Do we mean are my friends in my group text close enough? Are sorority sisters close enough? What do we mean by affinity? Because I think that could be interpreted pretty broadly, depending upon what we mean by that. And it's not laid out, or defined in the amendment.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Becker-Finn. You might want to ask the majority leader of your caucus, because that language comes from his bill, House File 2. I don't know. So if the problem needs to be solved, consult with your majority leader.
Representative Becker-Finn.
House File 2 is carried by Representative Richardson, not the majority leader. And I think referring to other bills, that isn't actually how this works. We have to define things if we're going to define things, and that didn't really answer the question of what the intent is. We are setting the legislative intent of what is meant, and I think that this, I think it highlights that we don't have an answer. There's no answer. It could mean whatever you want it to mean, and I think that's much too broad and doesn't actually keep our communities safe, which is the intention of this bill. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'll let you have closing comments on your amendment. Any further discussion on the A3 amendment? Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. Representative Becker-Finn, that's almost the exact language that was used in a bill that I believe you were involved in the Native American adoption and the foster care programs. It's almost the same language that was used in the African American adoption and STEP programs, things that we've gone through, expanding what a family is. So that's why we thought that language would be appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Final word, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without this amendment, then I would have had to have gotten a background check to accept a firearm from my father-in-law. And that's absurd. The idea that we can't with confidence, so you want a definition, you want legislative intent for related by blood or affinity? We're talking about people who are regarded as family. I don't regard people as family whose background I don't know. So if indeed the rationale, the justification for having an exemption and exclusion, which allows people to transfer between their immediate family members, is that there is intimate knowledge amongst family that precludes the need for a background check, then I think we can trust Minnesotans. We've heard that frequently through this session, right? We need to trust Minnesotans in various areas. Well, let's trust them then. We can trust Minnesotans to define family for themselves and to regard those who they consider family to be safe to transfer a gun to. Thank you. Oh, yes.
All right. All those in favor of the A3 amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. The motion does not prevail and the A3 amendment is not adopted. All right, that is the final amendment, I think, members. And now we're going to move on to the bill discussion. Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and thank you, Representative Pinto, for bringing this. May I ask Representative Pinto just a quick question?
Yep.
I just wanted to confirm that the contact with law enforcement aspect of the bill was removed with that large amendment that we had at the beginning, correct?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and Representative Hollins, thanks for the chance to bring that up. Yes, so that was in the original bill language. It is no longer now that we've amended it. That's exactly right. Not in there.
Thank you. I really appreciate, oh, sorry.
You're fine. Representative Hollins.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because I do have a lot of concerns around that because we do know that Black and brown communities are over-policed and are more frequently in contact with law enforcement. So that is something that would be a distinct concern for me. I feel like I have to disclose, I am also a lawful gun owner. I have been shooting since I was about 9 years old with my dad, who is from Alabama, so he loves his guns. And if you think that, folks, especially Black people, would like to have firearms now, imagine yourself as a Black man in Jim Crow South. Like, this is especially important to him, and his lawful gun ownership is especially important to him, and that's how I was raised. I wanted to address the Reverend's concerns because I have not been to North Minneapolis to do work on this, but that's because I represent the east side of St. Paul, where gun violence is also a problem. And I am on the east side of St. Paul, working to try and end gun violence that has become a plague in our community. This is a statewide issue. And I think that I'm really here because my community has asked me to be here, because we know that a lot of the gun violence that is proliferated in St. Paul, and especially on the east side, is done by people who are not lawful gun owners, people who have had these transfers happen without proper background checks, individuals who are gang members or former felons. And this is something that I think is very, very reasonable. We don't allow people to drive a car without having some sort of testing happening. And we're allowing folks to just transfer deadly weapons without any sort of background check. That's just not acceptable to me. So I am very excited to vote yes on this bill, and with that, I would request a roll call.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. And thank you, Representative Hollins, for those comments. I'm a former law enforcement officer. One of my duties was to run a street crimes unit. And one of the things we were tasked to do was to get the illegal guns off the streets. We would arrest somebody and they would be out the next day. We got laws that could keep them in and not get the guns. Reverend Tim Christopher, you moved me, and if there's ever an opportunity that I can come with Representative Novotny and help you, I would love to take that opportunity with you, because I think we can do more. I always say this, that it starts at the family, but it takes a village to raise our kids. So anything I can do, please look me up. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the comments that have been said here today. I especially want to say I appreciate the passion that the Reverend came up with today. We sat down a few months ago and talked, and I've been in North Minneapolis a lot. I used to live in North Minneapolis for a few years, very much associated with the community. It's a place that reminds me of the home I grew up in Chicago, my neighborhood, Inglewood. I agree. One of the reasons that I ran for office is because I didn't believe that we were doing enough at this level to help deal with some of the issues in communities like North Minneapolis. But it's not just North Minneapolis. There's communities around the state that are dealing with the issues the plague of gun violence. It's happening around our state, not just North Minneapolis. I hear a lot of talk about Minneapolis whenever we have these conversations, but it's not unique to North Minneapolis. It's a tragedy that is so overrepresented in North Minneapolis, but it's not unique to North Minneapolis. This committee passed House File 25 out of here unanimously. One of the first bills that we moved out unanimously. In that bill, there's $150 million to deal with prevention and intervention. Reverend Mueller smiling because some of that money is going to go to her community to help deal with some of these issues. That's what I'm talking about. It's not just North Minneapolis. Reverend, some of that money is going to go to your church to help with some of the programs you run for intervention and prevention. I see some other folks in the audience. Their programs, they deal with victims. It's going to help them deal with victims and advocate for victims on these issues. We're trying to do some of this work. But what I'll say is, before DFL had a trifecta, I brought some of these same bills, and they were stalled or not even heard on the Senate side by my Republican colleagues. There's a lot of work that we need to do. This is some of the work that we need to do. There's no panacea, but this is some of the work that we need to do. So I'm going to be happy to support these bills, but it's far from everything that we need to do. And we do have racism in this system. We absolutely do. But the reason we involve law enforcement in these issues is because they are trained to do these things. And I'd rather put someone that's trained in a situation to handle it than someone that's not trained in that situation to handle it. So I'm looking forward to moving these bills forward and continue to have this conversation.
Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More often than not, I find myself in agreement with our MPPOA Sheriffs and Chiefs Association, but not today. Not today, and I'm sorry to say that. I'm sorry I have to say that. I'm sorry that they've allowed themselves to be politically manipulated. Politically manipulated for just a political special interest. I am really sorry to say that. And it's, I take a step back, and I will continue to work with our folks in public safety and sheriffs and chiefs of police, but you better take a look around you folks and remember who you serve. It's the citizens of this state that you serve. And I have to ask the author, Representative Pinto, how many criminals will this bill stop?
Representative Pinto.
Madam Chair and Representative Grosso, as a number of testifiers said, we know this is not going to prevent every transfer of an illegal gun. What we do know is that this is an expectation that we have of gun owners, and this is something that responsible gun owners, I think, will do, already do. I would hope you, Representative Grosso, would not give a gun to somebody without knowing their criminal background. And this is an expectation that we have. But as far as the exact number, I don't know. I guess I will just note, though, several million people in the last 20 years have attempted to purchase guns through systems where there have been background checks, have been found to be prohibited and have been blocked. We have this whole other system where there's no background check. So we know there's going to be some because they're trying to buy through here and getting blocked. We want to make sure they get blocked the other method.
Representative Grassel.
And I guess another question would be, from me, who's the database going to keep track of? Whose guns is the database going to keep track of? My guns as a law-abiding citizen? Certainly not the criminals.
Representative Pinto.
Madam Chair, I mean, I guess the database here is your own, hopefully you keep track of put the records in your own safe here. There is no database, Representative Grosso. You keep track of it yourself. If you and the buyer decide that you don't want to keep the records, then you can do it through the FFL, through an FFL. But nothing gets sent into any government entity. And thanks for the chance to clarify that.
Final, Representative Grassel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Reverend Christopher is exactly right. These bills today do nothing to stop the criminal element. They do nothing to stop the criminal element. These bills only hinder and hamstring law-abiding citizens. And I want my members from the other side, first you want to defund the police. Then you want to use the police. Can we just come up with, get on track with one thing, please? We have existing laws. We have existing laws that should be enforced, that should be prosecuted, and should be sentenced to stop this violence. And you're right, Representative Frazier. It is spread across the state of Minnesota. And on your watch, I'm sorry, but it has gotten so much worse.
Representative Grassel, we are discussing the bill right now.
Yes, ma'am,
We are
I know.
going to move on. The next person on the list is Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Grossell stole my thunder a little bit. I'll keep my point very, very brief because I'm going to have further opportunity to make it. And it's already been made by Thomas Gallagher and Reverend Tim Christopher and other testifiers that there's a theme to these bills that we're being presented with here today. And that theme is life is going to get more difficult for a certain class of people in the state of Minnesota. And it's not the people who are out there raping and killing and assaulting and committing crimes. Life is going to get more difficult for the people who are just trying to live their lives as responsible gun owners and go about their day-to-day business. These bills set traps for people who are not criminals but want to be able to protect themselves and engage in their Second Amendment rights. Please vote no.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. And speaking last, you get to wrap up after everybody's made some very good points. I will briefly say I didn't think 4 months ago that I would be on the side of ACLU. I think they're a very persuasive letter, and find myself on their side on this issue. I'd like to address briefly the statistic that Representative Feist brought up about suicides, and we're going to solve a problem that I've seen many, many times in my career. And I think of the times that I've seen some of the most unusual ways that people have committed suicide. And I cannot think of one suicide in my 30-year career that this bill would have changed. There's the underlying problem that everything we're discussing, every result that we have is a result of things that would have been illegal anyway. We have a violence problem in the society. We have a violence problem, and it's easy to point at one thing and blame that one thing, because it's hard to point at certain groups and say, or individuals and say, this is you. You're the problem. That's uncomfortable. I get it. I go back, touching on what Reverend Christopher said. The only reason I went with him is because he asked, and it was a good situation that I felt that we need to go and try to solve. The situation that we were there at Winter Gas was terrible. None of these bills today solve anything that is the situation that we are working on. We have a violence problem. Last night I talked about the domestic abuse victims that died in the last year and the things downstairs. I read about beatings, I read about chokings. It's a violence problem. To point at one thing and say, that's it, I think it's convenient for some people. I vote no. I recommend a no. Thank you, Chair.
Before we get to closing comments, I'd just like to note that we are doing all of the things. None of us are saying that any one of these bills, or even collectively, these bills are going to solve the problem. We have in this committee, we've worked on catalytic theft converters. We've worked on carjacking. We've worked on labor trafficking. We've worked on sexual assault, invasion of privacy cases. We've talked about violence prevention funding, giving funding to our BCA to help our local communities that are struggling with increases in crime. I looked at the data regarding sentencing, and do you want to know what county was the worst county as far as mandatory minimums when a firearm established? It was Wright County. We're going to be looking at that data together. We're going to be talking about prosecuting these cases. We're going to be talking about how these cases are sentencing. We're going to do all of these things. These are not either-or scenarios. Further closing comments, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, members, for the discussion. I think we have there's a basic maybe category error situation between, where we're talking past each other. The idea is responsible gun owners, as I said before, they don't want to have their guns end up in the hands of somebody who's a dangerous felon. And when I've talked with members of the Republican caucus over time, a number of times they said, look, we don't want to have that happen, and folks, there should be responsibility for where your gun ends up going. The thing is, you have to have a background check in order to be able to do that. This is a bill that is so reasonable. It is supported, as Representative Grousel alluded to, by our police chiefs, by our sheriffs, by our county attorneys, by the frontline police officers in the MPPOA. Long guns are excluded. There is not a record sent into government. This is something, members, that is keeping folks safe in other states, and it is time for Minnesota to do the same. Madam Chair, members, please vote yes.
Representative Pinto renews his motion that House File 14, as amended, be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Moeller?
Aye.
Moeller, yes. Vice Chair Feist?
Aye.
Feist, yes. Representative Novotny?
No.
Novotny, no. Representative Becker-Finn?
Aye.
Becker-Finn, yes. Representative Curran?
Aye.
Curran, yes. Representative Ingen?
No.
Ingen, no. Representative Frazier?
Yes.
Frazier, yes. Representative Grousel?
Nope.
Grousel, no. Representative Hollins?
Yes.
Collins, yes. Representative Hudson?
No.
Hudson, no. Representative Hewitt?
Aye.
Hewitt, yes. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes no.
Mueller, no. Representative Pinto?
Aye.
Pinto, yes. Representative Tapke?
Aye.
Tapke, yes. Representative Whitty?
No.
Whitty, no. There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The next bill on the agenda is House File 15. It's a Representative Frazier bill. Representative Frazier, would you like to move your bill to be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is my motion.
All right, Representative Frazier has the bill before us. We also have the A5 Authors Amendment. Would you like to move the A5 amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, so moved. And if you can briefly explain the amendment, we are really running short on time here. I will also just note for members, just like with the last bill, there's a DE amendment in your packet. We won't be discussing that. That's just so that you can follow along with what the A5 amendment does. To the amendment, Representative Frazier.
Madam Chair, I don't know how quickly Jeff could do this, but I can forego my opening statements and let Jeff get directly to explaining the amendment, and I can kind of, sprinkle in my statements as we're having discussion.
Very well.
How about that?
Thank you. Mr. Debo.
Madam Chair and members, the A5 amendment to House File 15, first few lines through 1-4, authorizes petitioners to file in their home of residence or where the office of the official is located, not just where the the respondent is located. The page 1, line 5 clarifies that an order under this proposal would prohibit someone from possessing or purchasing a firearm. 1.6 makes a clarification to provide flexibility for extensions of the order. 1.7 to 1.8 provides clarifying language as to which officials are entitled or authorized to file a petition under the statute. 1.9 through 1.12 of the amendments clarifies that an extreme risk protection order is not limited to jurisdiction in Minnesota. It applies nationwide. 1.13 to 1.16 requires the court to upload orders to the NICS system and also to notify NICS that an order's been revoked or rescinded or terminated. 1.17 to 1.18 clarifies when the court must schedule a hearing, which is 14 days after receiving a petition. 1.19 to 1.22 requires chief law enforcement officers to coordinate service of orders on tribal lands with tribal police departments. 1.23 extends the amount of time that a person has to receive notice of a hearing, a respondent, from 12 to 48 hours is the minimum amount of time that they are entitled to receive. Moving to page 2, 2.1 extends the length of time that a respondent may request an extension of the hearing to prepare for it. 2.22 through 2.4 increases the burden of proof from a preponderance of evidence standard to a clear and convincing evidence standard. 2.5, 2.6 are again clarifying that applies for both possessing and purchasing firearms. 2.17 to 2.10 reduces the maximum length of time an order may be issued from 2 years to 1 year. 2.11, again, is the burden of proof, increasing that to a clear and convincing. 2.12 through 2.16 clarifies and conforms that the extension of an order process, and that's limited to 1 year maximum extension. 2.17 is again a standard burden of proof standard from preponderance of evidence to clear and convincing. 2.18 changes the burden for receiving an emergency risk protection order from reasonable grounds to probable cause. 2.19 is again the possessing and purchasing issue, which was raised earlier. 2.20 to 2.25 requires chief law enforcement officers to request voluntary compliance with an order before they execute a search warrant to enter a respondent's home in search of weapons. 2.26 eliminates the requirement that a respondent request the return of their firearms from law enforcement. Law enforcement would be required to do so once the order is no longer in effect. And then 2.27 is a clarifying language regarding the government actors who are authorized to seek these orders.
Thank you, Mr. Diebel. Any discussion on the A5 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. The A5 amendment is adopted. Representative Frazier, did you want to speak to your bill as amended? Again, keeping in mind the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, there was discussion around that, not one thing is going to solve our issues. This is just another tool that I believe is necessary to help prevent some of the unnecessary deaths that are quite frankly preventable. So I'm looking forward to the discussion on the bill, and I can talk more during that time.
All right, great. So we do have testifiers signed up again, like we did last time, for before and opposed, and then some public testimony. The testifiers in support of the bill, we have 15 minutes. I will note one of them had to leave. And then for those testifiers who have already testified on the previous bill, please keep in mind that we're running short of time. So if you can keep your comments short, that we would appreciate that. So the first testifier is Commissioner Jacobson. And then on deck, we have Rachel Joseph, who will be online, and then John Choi. So if you want to come on over to the testifier table, you can get ready. And then Dr. Nicholson will be last. So if you want to work your way over there as well. Welcome back, Commissioner. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, members of the Public Safety Committee. For the record, again, my name is Bob Jacobson, and I am the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota. I'm here today to support Representative Frazier's House File 15, which will put in place extreme risk protection orders in Minnesota. Extreme risk protection orders are another important part of the governor's public safety budget. In some instances of violence, family members, friends, or local law enforcement are able to notice warning signs that a person close to them is at significant risk of harming themselves or others. This has been found even truer with those who commit suicide, mass shootings, and school shootings. It should surprise no one in this room that suicides are the leading cause of gun-related deaths in Minnesota. While homicide statistics frequently make the headlines, it is firearm suicides that are affecting more of our family, friends, and community members, particularly in greater Minnesota. There are likely many in this room that have been impacted by the suicide of a loved one. Much like criminal background checks, this bill will not fix every issue or remove every gun from every dangerous location, but I do believe it will help. I'm glad law enforcement's in the room today, as they are an important part of the process. House File 15 would give family, friends, and law enforcement a way to intervene before something truly terrible happens. Here in Minnesota, we've experienced school shootings, mass shootings at workplaces, and barricaded suspects like was experienced last week in White Bear Lake, in which a law enforcement member was shot. As we learned in the Violence-Free Minnesota 30-year retrospective report, firearms are the most frequent weapon of choice and are used in almost half of the documented domestic violent homicides in Minnesota. This bill has the ability to reduce the number of terrible acts and victims of gun violence in Minnesota. Firearm safety and common sense gun laws will keep everyone safe in Minnesota. The governor, lieutenant governor, and I support House File 15. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move next to Rachel Joseph, who is on remote. We can see you, Rachel. I can see that you've unmuted yourself as well. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Moeller and members of the committee for having me here today. My name is Rachel Joseph, and I'm here because almost 20 years ago, my life and the lives of my family members changed forever. My aunt, Shelley Joseph Cordell, was murdered in the courthouse shooting at the Hennepin County Government Center. The shooter was a distant cousin of my grandmother's who'd been threatening and harassing my aunt for months. Shelley was a loving, funny, and compassionate human being She had two great passions, her family and working with the elderly. When she wasn't spending time making sure her clients received the best possible care, she was busy planning the next holiday celebration, birthday party, or anniversary for her loved ones. She held our family together, and every gathering was in Shelley's home. I wish I had known then how scary things had gotten so quickly. In a little more than a year, Shelley's shooter escalated from filing frivolous lawsuits and harassing her to murder. Despite a lifetime of documentation of this person's erratic, terrifying, and dangerous behavior, my aunt Stalker was able to show up to a Minnesota gun show, pay a private seller $60, and walk out with a .38 revolver. She then used that gun to shoot my aunt's lawyer, Rick Hendrickson, in the throat at point blank range. Then she used it to hunt and murder my aunt in a courthouse bathroom. Had Shelley been able to go before a civil court to seek an extreme risk protective order, something that HF 15 would provide for, her killer may have never gained access to that gun. HF 14 is designed to expand background checks to all gun sales, including private sellers. While it is too late to save my Aunt Shelley, states that have passed this law have seen a near 50% reduction in many types of gun violence, including gun suicide and gun trafficking. I want to be clear, Shelley's murderer chose to use a gun for a reason. No one was able or willing to help my Aunt Shelley. Not the Ramsey County courts who banned the shooter as a frivolous litigant, not the armed deputy who was present right there that day, not the security guard who ran away when he saw the gun. The presence of good guys with guns didn't make my Aunt Shelley safer. This pro-gun system, from the moment Shelley's murderer purchased the gun until the moment she pulled the trigger, taking my aunt's life, failed. And it failed completely, just as it has failed families across this state and nation countless times. In my family's case, a gun robbed Shelley's daughter, my cousin Jennifer, of a loving mother, and it erased the possibility of Shelley being a grandmother to 3 beautiful grandchildren. It deprived my father, Scott, and his brother, John, of their big sister. It stripped my grandma, Jerry, who is now 99 years old, of her only daughter. And it stole from me my aunt, a person who was foundational to my life, to all our lives. And it doesn't have to be this way. This year will mark the 20th anniversary of Shelley's death. I've been to the Capitol more times than I can count. Each time I've asked that we strengthen our gun laws, and I knew that no action would be taken, that a divided state government would ignore the wishes of the majority of its citizens for gun laws to be strengthened. Laws that would have protected my aunt, laws that would have better protected the loved ones of other survivors who have spoken here today, laws that would better protect children. Children who are now more threatened by guns than any other illness or accident that might rob them of their lives. But today is different. Today, our government is no longer divided. Today, there is a trifecta. Good. So make no mistake, today I'm not here to ask for better laws. Today, I'm here to demand them. It is long past time. This committee must pass both HF 14, HF 15, and the other gun safety laws that sit before you today. It's not a request, it's a moral imperative. Too many lives have been stolen, too much time has passed. The time to act is now. My Aunt Shelley's life, the lives of others that have been needlessly stolen, and the lives of those who survived demand your action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next testifier is John Choi. Welcome to the committee, and introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Choi, and I am the Ramsey County Attorney, but I'm here today on behalf of the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, an association that represents all 87 elected county attorneys across the state of Minnesota and their assistants. And we're here today to stand in strong support of the legislation that Representative Frazier has brought forward, and we thank him for his work in working with law enforcement to pass this law, which would be an important tool, I believe, not just for the government, for law enforcement, but really for our families and communities, who oftentimes, we just heard the story of what the prior testifier talked about, but we hear about this time and time again. And if we're getting involved, we're too late. But we have all of these stories of people that know that they have a loved one, they know somebody in their community is going through some sort of mental health crisis, and this is for extreme situations. And this bill has the safeguards in place to allow for, in these emergency situations, to take the gun away from the person who is a risk to themselves or to other people. I think this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this body can do to help give tools to law enforcement and to our communities because we can identify these situations. Many family members are living this every day. But oftentimes they go to government and they can't get solutions or about what they can do. This allows a very clear path so that something can be done to prevent the tragedies that we see time and time again. So members, I encourage your support of this bill and to do right and give tools to our law enforcement and our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Nicholson, welcome back. Please introduce yourself yet again and begin your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members. Will Nicholson, again, I'm a family physician, a hospitalist, and the president of the Minnesota Medical Association. And thank you for the heads up. I will limit my comments. Let's talk about preventing suicide. Let's go there and let's bring the facts. So we've studied this. Studies exploring a link between laws that are similar to HF 15 and reducing rates of suicide have made clear that these laws work. Indiana's suicide rate declined by 7.5% when its extreme risk protection order law took effect. Connecticut's suicide rate declined by 14% when enforcement of its law was increased. This research makes clear that these laws reduce deaths in our communities. Now, opponents to the bill will say that individuals who wish to take their own lives would simply find another way to do so. As a physician, I can tell you that is not accurate. Suicide attempts by firearms are dramatically more lethal than other means. Guns are made to kill. According to the CDC, in 2014, about 87% of firearms suicide attempts were fatal, compared to 3% of attempts by drug overdose. Suicide attempts involving firearms are 2.6 times more lethal than the second most lethal suicide method, which is suffocation. Because suicide is often an impulsive decision, removing firearms from the immediate vicinity of a potential victim can reduce death. When a person is in crisis, loved ones, law enforcement, and the people closest to them are often the first to see warning signs that he or she poses a threat. Extreme risk protective orders empower family and law enforcement to petition for an order that removes guns from a high-risk situation. On behalf of Minnesota's physicians, I strongly urge you to support this important life-saving proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll move now to those in opposition of the bill. We have Daniel Ward, Reverend Christopher again, and Rob Dorgan. If the three of you want to work your way up to the table. Oh, man. I did see Mr. Dorr walk out for a second here. Do we have any of those other testifiers? I think Reverend Christopher, if you want to come on up. All right. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
My name is Daniel Ward. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I've testified before the committee several times before, and I, have looked at all of this, and, I know what the intent is. I know what's trying to be done. But I think it's been said before, a lot of this has a lot of unintended consequences if it's not thought through properly. I'm a service-disabled vet. I'm a father. I'm a firearms instructor. I'm certified through NRA, USCCA. I'm a range safety officer. I also am certified to train other instructors. We talk about this in some of the classes that I teach. I've also worked for Homeland Security, as well as currently I work with an executive protection firm. If you enter someone's home in an attempt to exercise an ERPO, and the due process of notifying that individual that this is gonna happen doesn't happen, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, or at the time that person's there, they've got dogs, they've got children. Law enforcement has no responsibility for the damage they do to that person's home, devaluing their property. If there are injuries that are suffered in the process of trying to administer this, law enforcement also has the potential of getting harmed themselves. My case in point, I've had neighbors that did not like the fact that I did not want them petting my dogs. I have very large dogs. They're pedigree dogs. And there were 28 calls to service to my home. Why? Not because of a problem, but because my neighbor just did not like the fact that I told him, no, these are my dogs. They're not dogs for you to pet. He was upset. Let's say this happens where dad takes away little Johnny's Xbox. In the provision, yes, someone could be charged with a misdemeanor, but little Johnny's a minor. You're gonna charge little Johnny with a misdemeanor? He's a child, he's a juvenile, and those cases are closed. All because dad told him, no, you can't play with your Xbox. So he then reports mom and dad, says they've got guns, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. Law enforcement goes out, kicks in the door, and now we've got a mess of unconsequences that no one thought of here. I want you to really consider what could happen, not what you want to happen, but what could happen. Because there's always the little thing that you didn't think about that pops up. So with that in mind, really consider what could happen and think about our vets, particularly the vets that have been overseas, that have gone through stuff that people may not like them having guns and report them because of a bad situation where a romantic situation did not work out. Just think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Reverend Christopher, welcome back. Please introduce yourself and begin.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Again, my name is Reverend Tim Christopher. I am part of the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. We just, right here in the Rotunda, celebrated Amir Locke's day that he was murdered, where there was a raid, a no-knock raid that a Minneapolis mayor lied about. This bill is one that scares me when it comes to the Black community. Somewhere down the line, that bill could be used as a no-knock raid on the Black community. I think Cedric knows exactly what I'm talking about when we find people bursting into Black people's house. Somebody can say something or tell something. This bill is the one that really, really, like I said, scares me, and I feel that will hurt us more than it'll help us. Because Black people don't tell. We don't snitch, right? We don't snitch. Like they say, snitches get stitches in our community. So nobody's gonna tell on somebody who has a gun, but I believe it could be used by law enforcement to go burst into somebody's house unannounced, and then we have another young man like Amir Locke. You don't see a lot of Black people up here because we're afraid to tell you that we got guns. See, when you all let Fernando Castile get murdered and nobody said nothing, and that man walked away scot-free, We don't show you our firearms. I don't show you what I got on my hip. I fight for it. I talk to my people about it. I ask them to come in to be a part of this. But see, in a lot of people's minds and thoughts is, the only time you see black people are the thugs that have the gun. John Choi is probably part of the problem.
Sir,
Because he will not prosecute the gun owners, the gun.
Sir,
I know what you're about to
talking
say.
about the bill.
I know that. He's part of the bill. We've got to start prosecuting these people with these guns. They cannot walk out the back door and go commit a gun again. There was a guy who shot a pregnant woman in the Amazon parking lot. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? He shouldn't have been able to have a firearm. He shouldn't even been probably out of jail. If y'all gonna get serious about this stuff, let's get serious. And let's save some black lives also, because black lives do matter. And I'm done.
Thank you. Final testifier is Rob Dorr. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Members of the committee, Madam Chair, Rob Dorr, I'm the Vice President of the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. I'm going to be zeroing in mostly on the emergency order portion of this, because I think those have the most clear violations of due process and the largest good intent, but lack of ability to meet the expected needs. I want to start off by saying suicides, we all know nationally it's about 2/3 of suicides. Here in Minnesota, 80% of our firearm deaths are suicides. It was asserted earlier that this bill would help reduce suicides, and Connecticut or Indiana was mentioned. I have some information which I'll leave available for you. I didn't include it earlier because I didn't think I would need it, but Connecticut, when they passed their red flag law in 1999, their suicide rate was 7.9. Per 100,000. In the last 5 years, it's been averaging above 10. For Indiana, when they passed it in 2005, it was about 11.8 per 100,000, and they've been steadily above 14, all the way up to 16.4 for the last 4 years. So you can see it's trending far up, and I have this for you if you'd like. In fact, every single state that has passed red flag laws, and I have the data on that here, has not seen a reduction in suicide rates as a result of passing those bills. I only say that because I'm an EMT. I know there's EMTs who are on this committee. We know that and law enforcement members certainly know that we have what's in law is a 72-hour hold. If an individual is presenting with a mental crisis and they're in danger of harming themselves or others, they can be placed on a 72-hour hold for medical evaluation. There's also for domestic abuse situations. If an officer arrives at a scene and believes that domestic abuse has happened in the last 72 hours or is imminent, there's a shall arrest provision in statute. They can't issue a summons. It is a shall arrest situation. Both of those things actually address the individual in crisis, the person who is in crisis. What the red flag law does is it operates, these emergency provisions, operates under the presumption that the situation is so urgent, so emergent, we can't afford to bring this person into court. But we get a secret order, we go knock on their door, take their firearms, and then now that the firearms are gone, the situation's fine. That is an entirely false premise. If the situation is so urgent that we can't afford the person the due process provided in an adversarial court hearing, then it certainly is urgent enough to address the individual in crisis through the mechanisms in current law. I have great concerns. I'll direct you to line 10.10 of the delete all amendment. The standard to get an emergency order is probable cause. That is way too low. Probable cause is just one step above reasonable suspicion. It is facts supported by some evidence. And you know what? It's really easy for a judge to conclude facts when they're only getting one side of the story, when there's not somebody there to offer a counter narrative. It's not, a clear and convincing evidence is what's used earlier in the bill for a standing order, but the emergency order that goes in, takes somebody's firearms only on a preponderance of the evidence, that's far too low. I just conclude by saying we all share a common goal in wanting to make sure that guns stay out of the hands of the people who pose a danger to themselves or pose a danger to others. But let's actually address the individuals in crisis, not operate under a false premise that it's the firearms that are the danger in that situation. We can't go into somebody's house, remove the firearms, leave all the knives in the kitchen, a medicine cabinet full of pills, rope in the shed, Ford F-150 pickup in the garage, and think that that person is now safe and not a danger to themselves or others. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll move now to public testifiers. And if these three folks can come on down, we've got Joan Peterson, Fred Garacco, and Sue Abderholden. And actually, Brian, gosh, if you want to come forward too, you can. Our final public testifier, it will be remote. Joan Peterson, you can begin your testimony. Please introduce yourself and begin.
Good morning. I'm Joan Peterson from the Cloquet, Duluth area. I'm a leader in the Northland Brady chapter, also working with Protect Minnesota. When I testified in front of this body in 2003, I was shaking because I was nervous. It's now 2023, and I'm shaking because after 20 years of advocacy in the name of my sister Barbara, who was murdered in 1992 by her estranged husband, we are on the cusp of doing something to prevent thousands of people from being shot. I wear her photo near my heart. In 1992, the year my sister was killed, there were 37,776 victims of gun violence. Last year, an all-time high of 44,299 lives were lost to bullets. If this many people died of any other cause, we would declare it a national emergency. The fact that we have not is an American tragedy. According to Brady, 99% of risk orders resulted in the removal of at least one gun, and 44% of orders led to the respondent receiving psychiatric treatment they would not have otherwise received. A recent Joyce Foundation poll found that 86% of Minnesota voters support extreme risk protection orders, and 78% of gun owners agreed. Bills like HF 15 are popular. Yes, life is difficult for victims and survivors of gun violence. It was difficult to get the phone call about my sister. It was difficult to attend her funeral. Please listen to the voices of the majority of Minnesotans who have repeatedly told you that they expect legislators to pass measures that will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry about the disruption during it. Our next testifier is Fred Garicco. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Gershio. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Madam Chair, I'm Fred. Would
yep.
you want to just remind everybody, turn them down?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like at the movie theater, everybody check right now. I'm nervous that my ringer might be on too. Make sure your phones are off. Thank you. Now you can introduce.
I looked before, I couldn't figure out how to shut off the ringer.
It's okay. I think we've all been in that situation before. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
I'm Fred Gershio. I live in Burnsville, Minnesota. I've been advocating for the Second Amendment for over 40 years, older than some of these people in this room. And some of my documents that I've used all over the country have had 50 million views, according to the video clicks. So not only did they read the document, they went through and probably the 25 videos in there, they looked at them. YouTube and the government rewarded us by removing millions of clicks, 5, 10, 15 million at a time. And not only that, but one of the primary documents is 2011 FBI Crime Table 1. Google actually removed it from search for about 7 years until I complained to the U.S. Attorney General. It was gone. You couldn't find it. It wouldn't show up until page 6. That table says 2011 FBI Crime Table 1. There are 10 violent categories of crime. It was down every year, every category for 20 years. At the end of that 20-year period, you would need to increase crime in all categories 2 to 3-fold to reach the 1993 levels. Crime reduction was in the states that passed castle law, conceal and carry, and things like that. So their violent crime dropped 60, 70, 80% in 2 or 3 years. There are liberal states that have red flag laws, 100% background checks, even ammo, don't have those reductions. They're going up 10, 15 to 65% per year, depending upon the state or the city that you look at. So, and we talked about the background checks. You know, they only convict 3 bad guys per year. 2016, 17, 18, and 2011. And even the GOA confirmed this. 3 bad guys per year. They took $2 billion per year in background checks from the American citizens and convict 3 bad guys. Right now, if we do it on
Please
everything.
wrap up your testimony, sir. Final sentence.
Well, actually, I was supposed to be on both hearings, and they told me that I could only speak on one now.
We told the public testifiers that they'd be able to testify to one. So final sentence, please.
Yeah, so if we get this on all the checks and things like that, that's $22 billion a year, and they're not doing anything with it. These are constitutional, God-given rights, the highest law in the land, and we're throwing it around like it's tish-tosh. It's 100% party lines. And I think when the Supreme Court is done with this, and they're about to hear some of this stuff, this will almost be considered treason in my eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to the committee, Ms. Abderholden. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Sue Abderholden, Executive Director of NAMI Minnesota, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and co-chair of the Mental Health Legislative Network, a coalition of over 40 mental health organizations. In 2020, 733 people died by suicide in Minnesota. Men made up 80% of those suicides. In 2020, there were 513 firearm-related deaths, and about 70% were suicides. We want to prevent these deaths, and one strategy in suicide prevention is called means restriction. This is when we restrict access to lethal means to prevent someone from taking their own life. Time is key to preventing suicide, to help them see the crisis won't last, and to connect them with someone who can help, which is why limiting access to lethal means is so important. NAMI and the MHLN support this bill, but would like to see some changes. We're not talking about harm to self, a term used in the Commitment Act, or bodily harm, a term used in criminal statutes. We are talking about people who may be deeply depressed, who have lost hope, and are at risk of suicide, of taking their own life. Use the term at risk of suicide instead, and please do not connect suicide with violence. Suicide is a health issue, and thus those orders should be private and not public. I have sent Representative Frazier our suggested wording changes, and I'd also like to ask that you look at House File 2534, introduced during the 2012 legislative session. I've been around a while. A bill we developed to actually create a voluntary registry so people could place themselves on the registry to prevent suicide. I know people have mentioned the 72-hour hold under the Commitment Act, and I just want to say that that won't work because right now we have a lot of trouble with police actually taking the word of our mental health professionals on the crisis teams and even actually responding to some suicides when a gun is involved and no one else is in the house. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Brian Gosh, I'm not sure, but you can introduce yourself and I'll know. Welcome to the committee. Begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the House Public Safety Committee. My name is Brian Gosh. I'm a lawyer and registered lobbyist with the National Rifle Association of America. I want to commend Representatives Hudson, Grossell, and Novotny. I thought they summed it up very well. And we are on record opposing all 4 bills before the committee today. These bills will not do anything to reduce gun violence in Minnesota, and those representatives nailed it when they said that. It's only going to put obstacles and burdens in the path of law-abiding citizens to own, use, possess, and enjoy firearms. California has the strongest red flag language out there. They just had a mass shooting. They had a school shooting not that long before that. It's just, these aren't going to work. You're targeting the wrong area. Particularly House File 15 is bad. It allows for the confiscation of a respondent's firearms upon very little notice and before they can be heard by a judge. The bill allows for low standards of proof for the seizure of firearms and can be based on uncorroborated hearsay evidence. In addition, House File 15 only confiscates firearms and not other dangerous items in the individual's household that can inflict harm if they in fact truly want to inflict harm on themselves or others. Moreover, there's nothing else, or there's nothing in the bill that would speaks to the respondent getting mental health treatment, you know, like you have in the civil commitment process under existing statutes now, and not even evaluated by a mental health professional. If you truly believe this person's a danger to themselves or others, that should be part of this, right? Once the firearms are confiscated, there's no clear path to the return of them or to innocent owners' firearms being returned. And I guess I'm out of time, so with that, thank you for your time, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Our final public testifier is Kelly E.W. Roscom, who is online. We can see you, and I can tell that you've unmuted. So welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Mueller and members of the committee.
My name is Kelly Roscom. I'm the Director of Law and Policy at the Johns Hopkins University Center for Gun Violence Solutions. And in that capacity, I have worked on extreme risk protection order laws in 17 states and the District of Columbia. I was also born and raised in Minnesota and have a deep commitment and love of this state. I'm here to testify on behalf of HF 15, the Extreme Risk Protection Order bill that is currently law in 19 states and the District of Columbia. These laws are narrowly tailored, respect constitutional rights, and are effective at reducing gun violence. They're modeled significantly after domestic violence restraining orders and incorporate all of the due process protections contained therein. A petitioner, a law enforcement, or family or household member has to request an order from a judicial officer. They bear the burden of proving that that person represents a significant risk of harm to themselves or to others. Evidence also suggests that ERPOs are a valuable tool to prevent gun violence, particularly suicide. One study of Connecticut's law between 1999 and 2013 determined that for every 10 to 20 orders issued, at least one suicide was prevented. Now, that may sound very small, but one person means an awful lot to a lot of people in Minnesota and elsewhere. Another study of Indiana's ERPO law determined that in nearly 70% of cases, suicidal ideation was cited as the reason for the issuance of that order, and for every 10 orders issued, one suicide was prevented.
And you maybe, sorry to interrupt you, but you maybe didn't hear that the timer went off, so if you could just wrap it up with a sentence, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. These laws are effective, they're constitutional, and they can be used to save lives. I strongly urge you to support the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you to all the testifiers on this bill. We'll move now to member discussion, and we do have an A2 amendment. Who will be offering the A2 amendment? Representative Grossel to the A2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And A2 is very straightforward. After an extreme risk protection order is issued and someone has to surrender their firearms to law enforcement, this amendment simply makes the law enforcement agency financially responsible for any damages to those firearms while they are being stored. And if you look at the handout, you can see a lot of times if weapons are seized, they're put into, look at the picture, you can see where they're put into shopping carts, barrels, etc., shelves. And I can assure you that Representative Becker-Finn, myself, and anybody else who is a hunter, you spend some money on these rifles and shotguns and such, and you don't want them damaged. So if this protection order is executed, then at least to make sure that if there is something damaged, that it is accounted for. I'd ask for a yes vote, please.
All right, great. Representative Frazier to the A2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Grosso, I appreciate that concern. In fact, that's a lot of the conversations I had with law enforcement when we talked about this bill, is how we will appropriately store these weapons to ensure that they are returned in the manner and in the order in which they were transferred in the first place. Our laws already allow for municipal tort liability. So there's always, the law already covers this. And we will be providing resources for storage so they're properly stored and these weapons are not damaged and they can be returned back to an individual. So I would request a no vote on this amendment.
Discussion to the A2. Closing comments, Representative Grosso.
Just very short, Madam Chair. We've got a lot of laws that we already have on the books, and we're modifying those and not using those currently either. Representative Frazier, I would ask for a yes vote.
All right, those in favor of the A2 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The A2 amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is the A3. Who is offering the A3? Representative Whitty to the A3.
Page 13, line 25, delete the word gross. After a person must surrender their firearms, the bill says law enforcement is only liable for damage as a result of gross negligence. which an extreme departure from ordinary standard of case. This amendment makes the standard negligence. Obviously, we just saw a shopping cart full of guns in an evidence room. But a definition of gross negligence is heightened degree of negligence representing an extreme departure from the ordinary standard of care.
All right, Representative Frazier to the A3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Whitty, also, I appreciate your concern for how law enforcement will handle these items once they're in their possession. We had conversation with law enforcement. We put this in there. We want to ensure them that they can do this job without having to be concerned about any extra liability. I'm going to say in my conversations with them, they are very concerned about making sure that they don't damage any of these items that they have to hold for a short period of time. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this because I don't want to put them in a situation where it's going to cause issues for them to execute these transfers any more than it's going to be some emotional things here. But I don't want to create any more than we have to create.
All right, further discussion on this amendment. And Representative Whitty, closing comments, we're getting note from the media that you couldn't pick you up.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. All
I
right.
gotta put the
closing
mic in front of me next time. The only thing I would say is I think this is gonna be one of those unaccounted consequences, and it is gonna hurt law enforcement because a gun is gonna get damaged and it's accidental or however, and it's, I think it's just one that would have protected law enforcement on this one, but I would vote yes. Thank you.
All those in favor of the A3 amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion does not prevail. The A3 amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is A4. Who is the author of the A4? Representative Hudson to the A4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The A4 amendment would delete the section of the bill that establishes a emergency issuance of an extreme risk protection order. And the case for this amendment was made artfully by Rob Dorr. And again, just to summarize, if the circumstances exist such that we're going to argue that it's really, really super duper important that we get in there and take somebody's guns because they're a danger to themselves or others, they probably need services above and beyond just having their guns confiscated and then left alone with everything else in their house and everybody else around them who they know. And so if we want to address mental health issues, we already have a 72-hour hold established in Chapter 253B. That's a mechanism that can be utilized, and we can pursue through other legislation services that will help people in crisis, as opposed to just coming in, taking their guns, and leaving the situation as if we've solved a problem.
Thank you. Representative Frazier to this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hudson, I will again say that I don't think that these laws are panacea. I don't think that these laws solve every problem. If someone is in need of mental health services or they're going through a mental health crisis, I think we should find ways to provide them with that help. But I also don't believe that we should leave the one thing that can absolutely take them away from us to where we cannot help them in place while they're going through that mental health crisis. I would have to say I've listened to the testifiers, and I've heard mental health professionals testify. I've heard gun enthusiasts testify. I'm going to have to side with the mental health specialist in this situation. I might say a vote no on this one.
Further discussion to the A4. Oh, Representative Namani.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. Several years ago, when they started doing the submitting of your firearms and associated with domestic abuse orders or order for protection, I was actually running the evidence room at our sheriff's office where I was working at the time, and having conversations with some of these people that were turning in their guns. Many of them were flustered, but at least they had had their day in court and been able to express or counteract the claims that had been made against them. I think the ambush part of this with the ex parte hearing is what gives me
the biggest concern and what I feel will be putting law enforcement at the biggest risk in dealing with these people in the future. I could go on, but we're limited for time, and I just think that it's the ex parte part and the denial of the constitutional rights that's the biggest problem with this right now. Thank you.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just note briefly that we have ex parte orders for protection, harassment restraining orders. This is not a new concept in our laws at all. We've had these for a long time. And so this is simply following a parallel process with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion?
Madam-
Representative Frazier. I heard a voice. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Go ahead.
It was me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had this conversation with law enforcement, and the question I always raise is, how is this dissimilar from what Representative Pinto just described? And their response was, it is not.
All right. Closing comments to this amendment, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would most certainly disagree with that. I mean, there's a very clear difference. I don't have a constitutional right to come within so many feet of anybody I want. So a protection order, that's something that if you're able to demonstrate with a preponderance of evidence that somebody is presenting an imminent threat or an ongoing harassing situation to someone, an ex parte order saying this person shouldn't be around that person may indeed be appropriate. But what we're talking about here is literally a constitutional right. It's the second thing on the list of things that our founders were coming up with when they were thinking, gee, how could this go wrong? Number 2 was the right to keep and bear arms. So if we're going to curtail it, if we're going to take that right away from someone, they should at least have the right to hear their accuser and make their case. And if we're going to judge that the circumstances are such that it constitutes such an emergency that we can't even do that, then I would say those circumstances add up to justification for placing them on a 72-hour hold. So please vote for this amendment.
It's me again.
Representative, well, hang on a second here. I heard Representative Novotny. What did you say? Okay, can you just move the mic so it picks up?
Requesting a roll call, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Novotny requests a roll call. Representative Frazier?
Yeah, just quickly, I was referring to the similarities between the current protection orders that we have in place now that law enforcement have to execute. But I like history, so I will say that this, the Second Amendment was not actually the number 2 thing that the framers, when they were having the conversation around what should be the number 2 amendment, it was not that. There were several other things, and there are some great history around why the Second Amendment actually does exist, based on some Southern landowners, but thank you for that.
All right, we're moving to the A4 amendment. All those in favor, sorry, roll call has been requested. Sorry. All right, the clerk will take the roll on the A4 amendment.
Chair Moeller?
No.
Moeller, no. Vice Chair Feist?
No.
Feist, no. Representative Novotny?
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, yes. Representative Becker-Finn?
No.
Becker-Finn, no. Representative Curran?
No.
Curran, no. Representative Ingen?
Yes.
Ingen, yes. Representative Frazier?
No.
Frazier, no. Representative Grussel?
Yes.
Grussel, yes. Representative Hollins?
No.
Hollins, no. Representative Hudson?
Yes.
Hudson, yes. Representative Hewitt?
No.
Hewitt, no. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Mueller, yes. Representative Pinto?
No.
Pinto, no. Representative Tabke?
No.
Tabke, no. Representative Whitty?
Yes.
Whitty, yes. There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, the motion does not prevail. The A4 amendment is not adopted. There are no other amendments filed, and we will move to a discussion of the bill. Representative Whitty.
Representative Frazier, would you take a question?
Yes.
Under 2.22, a peace officer who's informally admitted to a treatment facility pursuant would have their weapon taken away. We do talk about PTSD, if I'm looking at this right. Would PTSD, if they go out on PTSD, would that be a part of it?
Representative Woody, I think.
Am I on the wrong one?
Well, I think you're referring to what currently is in statute. That doesn't change. So line
Okay.
2.22 to 2.26, paragraph 6 is what's currently in statute.
Okay, and then, but I guess my question would be, would PTSD be a part of this?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, Representative Whitty. You know, I think that determination would be up to the presiding adjudicator who's making that decision based on the facts that are provided and evidence that's provided.
And I apologize for the confusion.
Representative Woody.
I guess the other part for me that I would ask if you would be open to is if there's ever, there'd be a crime for false claims. If someone would claim like a domestic partner and they would put you on this list and law enforcement would be coming and it was found to be false, or we have swatting crimes, someone in the community does that and now the police are coming to your house just to kind of enhance this area, so there would be a crime for the false claims.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Representative Moeller. I believe we do have that addressed because that was one of the main issues that I talked with law enforcement. They were concerned about angry exes.
And I believe, Representative Frazier, I'm seeing, so this is the unamended version, but line 13.6 to 13.9. I believe deals with the false claims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. Representative, we do address that.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and I wanted to share a real-world example of when if this had been law, how we could have prevented a death and prevented an injury to a police officer. So last year, actually in my neighborhood, could hear the gunshots in my own home, had to bring my children to the basement. Actually texting my neighbors who I knew were not gun owners to let them know that was not fireworks and they should go to their basements. We had someone who had been struggling with mental illness, had been an adult, in and out of civil commitment, but at the time did not meet the standard to be civilly committed. There had been at least 15 calls to law enforcement about this person. It was known that this person was at high risk to do something unsafe. And what he did is he went to his adult parents' house and went and got a rifle from his parents' house and fired over 200 rounds into my neighborhood. And those bullets were fired into multiple neighbors' homes, garages, vehicles, and one of those bullets actually was lodged in the neck of one of our police officers who was one of the first to respond. It was extremely traumatizing and scary for our entire neighborhood, our entire community, for all of the first responders who showed up. The officer had to be dragged to safety while still taking fire by our firefighters and other officers on scene. And eventually this, after a standoff and many bullets fired, continuing to be fired into our neighborhood, this person was eventually shot and later died of his injuries, shot by police. You know, it was found that they were completely within their rights to do that, given the entire situation. And this was a person where the parents knew that he might come get a gun. They, so, you know, maybe safe storage would have also stopped this situation, but had this tool been available, I have no doubt that our law enforcement, either where this person lived or in the jurisdiction where his parents lived, could have filed one of these orders and could have gone in and made sure that he did not have firearms in his home. And I know there's been some discussion, and I think it's valid to talk about keeping officers safe when they're executing these orders, but it would be no different than when they're executing any other search warrant or order. And in this case, this person was known to go to church every week. officers could have executed this and gone in and taken and made sure he didn't have firearms available to him at that time. And so I wanted to share that because I do think this is a tool that we don't have and would have prevented that officer getting shot in the neck and would have prevented, hopefully, this man from losing his life as well. He was obviously someone in crisis, and I will end this with Officer Duxbury has underwent surgery and was hospitalized, but he is okay, and he has we're very lucky that he's still with us and able to serve our community, but just a very real world, real example of when this bill could have prevented a tragedy. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just fascinating the way this process is timed out. Last night, we considered a bill by the same author, passed off the floor, and the argument that we heard was that it's deeply important to restore civil rights to convicted felons who have not completed their sentence. Because, rationale, voting is a sacred right. It's so sacred. Why though? Why is voting a sacred right? Why is any right a sacred right? Our most sacred right is our right to life, because our life is from where our rights are derived. We get to protect ourselves because we have the right to live. That's what the Second Amendment is about. It's a reason why it has such a prominent place in our Bill of Rights. The idea, especially after the refusal by the majority to accept my amendment to this, the idea that the solution to a crisis is to deprive someone of that right exclusively, the right to keep and bear arms, without due process, and deprive them of no other right. So we're not gonna take them into custody, we're not gonna provide them with services, we're not gonna have a trial to determine whether or not they're guilty of a crime. We're just gonna take their guns while they're at church, apparently. They come home, find out their guns are gone. All their problems are still there, but their guns are gone. And consider that we've done something meaningful and important. This bill misses the mark. And again, I think the problem here is a problem of focus. We're focusing on the utensil, the object, rather than focusing on the people and the person, perpetrators. And so I most certainly plan to vote against this. And again, I can't appreciate the irony enough of, after spending hours on the House floor last night arguing that we need to restore civil rights to people who have violated the rights of others, that we're now arguing to take rights away from people within less than 24 hours. I'll request a roll call vote.
Thank you. Representative Hewitt.
Real quickly, Madam Chair, I know you're in a hurry, and Representative Hudson, welcome to the Minnesota House. I want to go back to the 72-hour hold that keeps coming up in these cases. I've been involved in a lot of these, and it's not as easy said than done. If a medic or an EMT have to go and take somebody and restrain them, there is a process. There is a lot of involvement in that. I'm sure Representative Whitty has been involved in some of these. We have to get the police involved. They have to sign a hold order. We can't just take somebody. Your rights are very protected in this. This scenario doesn't play out in what we're talking about here. When we get a call to a house that basically there is somebody in crisis and we determine they don't want to go with us because we need to bring them to the hospital. We need a physician to sign that 72-hour hold. But it's all done in a processed way. It's not something you can just slap on somebody at their house. And it's very, very careful. And so this isn't, you're talking about apples and bananas when you're talking about these holds versus what we're talking about here today. So it's not really a tool that can be used right now. These are used when an individual is in acute crisis and they need medical attention now. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will Representative Frazier yield for a couple of questions?
Yeah, and we don't have to do that.
Okay,
That's for the
that's right,
floor,
that's right.
sorry.
Thank you
Yeah, I
for
know,
that.
we've been on the floor
All
a
right,
lot lately,
yes.
so it's right.
So Representative Frazier, I'm actually looking at page 8, lines 8.5 through 8.9. This talks about what evidence would be appropriate or applicable in determining whether or not someone should have their firearms taken from them, correct?
Well, and just for clarification, Representative Engen, are you
That's relief
referring
by
to the
court.
DE2 or the bill before?
The bill.
Just the House File 15?
Yep.
And say again, what line?
8.5 through 8.9.
I'm not seeing an 8.5 to 8.
That's
Right here.
relief by the court under the unengrossed. Is it in the DE?
Mr. Debo, can you help?
Looking at the actual. It's page up this way.
Yeah, we're going to refer to Jeff
we'll
Diebel
get-
here and
we'll
see
get
if he.
Madam Chair and members, I believe he's on track to talk about the evidence to be considered by the court.
Which is where?
Which is on page 8 of the bill.
Okay, my apologies.
No,
Go ahead.
It's okay. So would that be correct, Representative Frazier?
Is it 8.5? Maybe I don't have the right document in front of me.
Yeah.
8.5 through 8.9.
All right, thank you. That is correct.
Representative Engen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I'm looking at whether or not somebody at the age of 18 could be not even convicted, but simply arrested for a violent misdemeanor offense, which would include 18-year-olds at a fight, a simple fight. And that would be applicable and appropriate evidence on whether or not their firearm could be taken at the age of, say, 45. Would that constitute clear and convincing evidence that the respondent poses a significant danger of bodily harm to self or others for possessing a firearm?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Engen, thank you. I think the court, again, adjudicating officer would have to weigh the evidence. That's the point of having those hearings. So the adjudicating officer would have to weigh the evidence, and I would imagine they would look at the distance and time between those particular events, and they would rule accordingly. I can't make the prediction on how they would look at that because it's a hypothetical, but that's what they would have to do.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one more question here. So I appreciate that. I think that on page 8, we do want to have some definitions of what constitutes appropriate evidence for demonstrating that somebody should not have firearms. But if we go down to 8.26 and 8.27, it says other evidence that bears on whether or not, or whether the respondent poses a danger to the respondent's self or others. The subjectivity of that language, to me, indicates that the all above evidence that could be presented in demonstrating whether or not somebody shouldn't have a firearm, I mean, that's all just language on paper because other evidence could mean anything. And really, it's up to the will of the court whether or not they want to take that and utilize it to demonstrate why somebody shouldn't have their firearm. The subjectivity and ambiguity of that language is really, really concerning to me, and it could potentially neglect somebody of their rights. So for that reason, I'm no on this, but I thank Representative Becker-Finn for saying earlier that they are open, you guys are all open to changing a bill. Is that something that you'd entertain changing?
We actually may get you to the yes stand, I'm hoping, because when the mental health professional testified, that is the language that she has provided me to address some of this, so I'm looking forward to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. And I'll just note too, with the amendment that we adopted on line 8.5, the standard actually changed from a preponderance to a clear and convincing standard, clear and convincing evidence. That is a court standard. It's commonly used in different areas of law. Courts understand what the clear and convincing standard is. And so I'll just note that was changed with the amendment. Representative Frazier.
No, that's true. I didn't know, he didn't specifically say that, so I didn't raise it, but thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, next up, we have Representative Pinto.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and actually, this is good. It kind of connects with Representative Engen's questions. So, yeah, Representative Engen, I mean, the standard here after it's amended is that it's a significant, the court has to find the respondent poses a significant danger of harm to self or others and has to do so by clear and convincing evidence. This list is a list of ideas, of things to consider. If you got a 45-year-old respondent and a 15-year and a charge when the person was 18 and that's all they have, then I don't know if you're the judge, does that seem clear and convincing? The person right now poses a significant danger of bodily harm? I would not think so, right? And in fact, that can be challenged, but there's a series of these are examples, right, of pieces to consider. But ultimately, the test is, does the person pose a significant danger of harm to self or others? And is that demonstrated by clear and convincing evidence, quite a high standard? And I just, again, comparing to other petitions we have, orders for protection, harassment restraining orders. Similarly, there's a standard that's set. There's information to look at. In some cases, they're ex parte. And I'll point out, those orders are, in fact, challenging a constitutional right. The First Amendment provides a right of association. So in fact, you do have the right to be near somebody else. That's actually a constitutional right under the First Amendment. And the order says, no, you don't have that because the court has determined that in that case, we're going to limit that right. So in fact, this is a First Amendment situation in other court orders, and this is just parallel here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. We're going to have one more, Representative Grossell, then Representative Frazier, closing comments. We'll move to a vote. We are obviously over time. Our time left is limited with media, but we do have testifiers who are here on the last bill, so we want to make sure we get to them as well. Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brevity is our friend today at the end here, so I appreciate it. And thank you, Representative Becker-Finn, for bringing up two examples, bringing up that example, and I'm glad that officer survived, but that was an example of that these bills would not have stopped that. These bills would not have stopped that. Either one of them, either the safe storage or the red flag would not have stopped that incident. So thank you for giving that example. You just, you helped us there. And Representative Hewitt, thank you for bringing up due process. Thank you for bringing up the process of a 72-hour hold where a person is assessed. And then if they're found to be, go back in the community, they let them go. Red flag, the due process is removed. They don't get that luxury. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, closing comments, Representative
Thank you,
Frazier.
Madam Chair. I wish we had one bill that would solve all the ills in our society. Folks testified, we do have violence in our society. Gun violence is a big issue in our society. Of some of the more developed countries, we have one of the biggest issues with gun violence in our society. These bills are providing more tools to help address some of that gun violence and bring down some of those incidences. We'll have further conversation with them. We may amend with more conversation with our colleagues on the other side, and I'm looking forward to those conversations, but please vote to continue the conversation.
Thank you. Representative Frazier renews the motion that House File 15 as amended be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair Moeller.
Aye.
Vice Chair Feist.
Aye.
Feist, yes. Representative Novotny.
No.
Novotny, no. Representative Becker-Finn.
Aye.
Becker-Finn, yes. Representative Curran.
Aye.
Curran, yes. Representative Engen.
No.
Engen, no. Representative Frazier.
Aye.
Frazier, yes. Representative Grossell.
Nope.
Grossell, no. Representative Hollins.
Aye.
Hollins, yes. Representative Hudson.
No.
Hudson, no. Representative Hewitt.
Aye.
Hewitt, yes. Representative Mueller.
Mueller votes no.
Mueller, no. Representative Pinto.
Aye.
Pinto, yes. Representative Tabke.
Aye.
Tabke, yes. Representative Whitty.
No.
Whitty, no. There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. Members, the last bill on the day is, for the day is House File 601. It's a Representative Herr bill, and while she's making her way to the committee, I will move your bill, Representative Herr, that House File 601 be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Before you begin, I just want to thank you for sticking around for so long with us, and especially to your testifiers and all the testifiers on this bill. My apologies for us going so far over. I'm a new chair, and I'm still trying to work out timing issues, but really appreciate everybody sticking around today. So with that, Representative Herr, I don't see that you have any amendments, so please go ahead and describe your bill to us.
Madam Chair and Committee, thank you for hearing House File 601. It's actually really, after hearing all the testimony today, mine is the simplest bill out of the four total. It is just a bill that says that you have a duty to report if your firearm is lost or stolen within 48 hours of reasonably being aware of it. And so that is the gist of the bill.
All right, great. And you have a couple of testifiers. We have Monica Jones first, and then Mike Myers. So if you both want to make your way towards the testifier table. All right, welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Monica Jones. I am a St. Paul native of over 30 years. I have two children, Brandon Jones, he's 23 years old, and my other son's name is Daquan Jones, who would be turning 21 this year. But unfortunately, Daquan will not be celebrating his 21st birthday this year. Instead, I will be planning something in his honor because on November 6, 2019, he was accidentally killed with a stolen gun by his classmates when he was 17 years of age. On October 31st of 2019, a teenage boy found a gun, and his exact words were, "I thought it was cool." After school a few days later, that same boy and another classmate came to my home with my son Daquan to play video games after school. He passed the gun around where they took turns aiming the beam light at the wall in the basement of my home. In less than 5 minutes, the 15-year-old was asked to put the gun away in the backpack of the other young man who brought the gun to our house, not knowing that the gun was loaded. He pulled the trigger and it hit my son in his chest. The owner of this gun has still not been held accountable. The gun was not properly stored, locked, or secured. There was no report made that it was lost or stolen. We must start holding gun owners accountable for their carelessness. My son would be alive today if that gun was safely secured. His death left a whole community traumatized. Daquan was loved by so many of his peers. He was funny. He taught his teachers the newest dance moves. He stood up for kids who were bullied. He was the captain of his football team, and we were making plans for his college futures. The weekend before Daquan was killed, he had taken the most handsome senior photos, which my mom are showing you guys. But he will never get to graduate high school. Daquan could have been your child, or he could have been your child's friend. Let's not let another mother go through what I'm going through. Help me today get this bill passed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and our deepest condolences to you and to all the victims' family members who've been here today. We really appreciate you spending your time with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Myers? There? Oh, they're over there. All right. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Good morning. I apologize for the redundancy. My name is Mike Myers. I'm a lifelong resident of Minnesota from St. Paul and co-leader of the Minnesota chapter of Gabby Gifford's Gun Owners for Safety. I'm also hunter, collector, reloader, Napoleonic era reenactor, employee of Fort Snelling for 14 years, shooting muskets and cannons, and a concealed carry permit owner. Firearms are definitely a part of my life, since my dad gave me a cut-down AR-7 to shoot a squirrel when I was 7. I'm offering my testimony in support of this bill, HF 601. The bill would allow Minnesota to join the list of 12 states and the District of Columbia that already require gun owners to report the loss or theft of a firearm to a local law enforcement agent. Although gun data on lost and stolen firearms is scarce due to the lack of reporting laws, a 2017 analysis by the Center of American Progress determined that between 2012 and 2015, 7,628 firearms were lost or stolen from Minnesota gun owners. That's an average of 5 a day that just vanished. The Supreme Court has made it clear that laws like this, ones that do not impact the core right of a person to own a firearm and use it for self-defense, are not within the scope of the Second Amendment protections. There's nothing in the Second Amendment to say what you do when somebody steals your flintlock. It would seem to be common sense that you should report a stolen firearm. As gun owners, we must show our fellow Minnesotans who do not own guns that we are proactive in our efforts to keep all Minnesotans safe. Therefore, I urge you to pass HF 601 out of committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to the testimony in opposition. I have Tim Bender on the list. Yet. Oh, okay, and then Connor, you're the public testifier, so if you want to go ahead and make your way up there too, we'll have you up next. Welcome back, Mr. Bender. Please introduce yourself again, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you again for your time. I am Tim Bender, retired Deputy Sheriff for Beltrami County. While it's not specifically stated, I think the intent of this bill is to make sure that law enforcement is aware of stolen firearms in a timely manner, perhaps so that the firearms can be found before they are used in a crime. During my time in law enforcement, I investigated hundreds of thefts and burglaries, many of which involved the theft of firearms. In my experience, lawful firearm owners do not need to be encouraged to report their loss to the police under threat of prosecution. They are victims and they want their firearms located and recovered as quickly as possible. I have found it much more likely that a person reporting a theft or burglary will forget to report a missing gun because they are what we call ineligible, someone who is not allowed by law to possess firearms or ammunition in the first place, and they're just trying to protect themselves from criminal liability. These are the people who trade in stolen guns and commit the majority of crimes involving firearms, not lawful gun owners. I'm also concerned that this bill criminalizes victimhood. Can any of you here today imagine having the police arrest a battered spouse who happened to wait a few days before they reported that domestic assault instead of coming forward immediately? Neither can I, and I see no legal difference between the two. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And then our public testifier is Connor Dane. You have 90 seconds. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Connor Dane. I'm a resident of Oakdale, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. HF 601 is all stick and no carrot. A charitable interpretation of this bill might be that it was trying to fight gun theft and trafficking. However, as Subdivision 2 lays out, it will have exactly the opposite effect as it further victimizes the victims of crime. This bill actively discourages the public participation in the fight against crime and instead really encourages silence. The prosecutorial immunity in Subdivision 3 is a nice touch, but it only gives any relief if the victim is victimized within a very opportune window. And even then, what if the police don't believe the victim told them in time? Well, they can just get slapped with prosecution then and potentially face prosecution later if their gun appears in a crime. Under this bill, well-meaning citizens find themselves under criminal penalty for wanting to do the right thing, and facing that may choose instead to turn away from collaborating with the police. During this time of unprecedented public distrust in policing and prosecutorial institutions, why do we want yet another bill that will serve only to paint the Sheriff of Mayberry as the devil himself? I urge all members to vote no on this bill as written, or at the very least, strike any and all punitive language from it before passage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the testimony, and we'll move on to the member discussion and amendments. We have an A1 amendment. Who will be offering the A1?
That'd be me, Madam Chair.
Representative Novotny to the A1.
Thank you, Chair Moeller. A1 amends page 1, line 10, and deletes "or reasonably should have known." There's no reasonable standard that's so vague and up to interpretation. And as I speculated on previous bills, probably much more related to the outcome if something happens, if that gun is found, and who's prosecuting that follow-up crime. Imagine you're returning from a vacation and you realize your home was broken into, but you don't realize that the safe was accessed. Are you responsible then? Echoing what the testifier said about reasonable law enforcement or reasonable gun owners reporting their firearms lost or stolen as soon as they can, having placed one of my firearms in a safe that I didn't realize I'd put it in that safe where I usually do. I had been in that same situation where I thought I had lost the firearm. I immediately reported that stolen or lost because I wanted it on the record. Any reasonable gun owner is going to do that. This is just another one of the traps that I think we're setting up for people that are trying to comply, trying to do the right thing, and I ask for a roll call vote.
All right, Representative Hurd to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. The amendment language would create a standard so high that it would render this bill ineffective. I do also want to point out that reasonably should or should is currently already in statute, in Minnesota statute, in other places. Just for example, in statute 169.09, it shows up actually 12 times, and so there's many, many times the standard is actually used. I also want to point out that 3 other states, Arizona, California, Kentucky, all have should have known language as well. And so I would ask that this is consistent. It is not vague or up to interpretation. And if you came home from a vacation, didn't realize, report it when you did, that your gun was stolen, it falls under the reasonable. So it's already covered under the current language, and I'd ask for a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion to the A1. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in fact, we considered an example of that language earlier today. I believe it was in regard to the statute that you guys want to repeal that says that somebody should not leave a loaded firearm in a place where they reasonably should have known that a child could obtain it. And the reason why the language works in a situation like that is because you're going to know. When you leave a loaded gun on a table, at that point, you reasonably should have known. You're not necessarily, we can't identify objectively a scenario or cover every scenario or every possibility where somebody, in our judgment, reasonably should have known that their gun was stolen, or reasonably should have known when it was lost. In fact, the word lost implies that I don't know. When you lose your keys, do you know when you lost them? Certainly, when something's stolen from you without your knowledge, do you know it's been stolen? How is this going to be prosecuted? I mean, you talk about a high standard. The standard, by the way, being that when we know the person knew is too high of a standard. Well, how are we going to determine when they reasonably should have known that something happened to them? I think we need to support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Curran.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to come back, we're talking about reasonableness, and that is a very common theme in many law enforcement practices, as we know. Without getting too far down a rabbit hole, we know that reasonableness can be used to stop somebody if an officer thinks that they might be doing something illegal. So it seems that we might be using a word for convenience of an amendment or for convenience of this bill today. But there are many, many times where law enforcement relies on that reasonableness to make determination and to use discretion. And also, I'm very, very confident that responsible gun owners would go to their gun safe first if they noticed that their home was burglarized.
All right, let's see. Representative Novotny? Was there somebody else that was going to comment on this? No. All right, on your amendment.
Madam Chair, I think it's all been said. I don't see the need to beat the horse any farther, so I ask for a yes vote.
All right, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A1 amendment.
Chair Moeller?
No.
Moeller, no. Vice Chair Feist?
No.
Feist, no. Representative Novotny?
Yes.
Novotny, yes. Representative Becker-Finn?
No.
Becker-Finn, no. Representative Curran?
No.
Curran, no. Representative Ingen?
Yes.
Ingen, yes. Representative Frazier?
No.
Frazier, no. Representative Grussel?
Yes.
Grussel, yes. Representative Hollins?
No.
Hollins, no. Representative Hudson?
Yes.
Hudson, yes. Representative Hewitt?
No.
Hewitt, no. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes yes.
Mueller, yes. Representative Pinto?
No.
Pinto, no. Representative Tapke?
No.
Tapke, no. Representative Whitty?
Yes.
Whitty, yes. There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 6 ayes and 9 nays, the motion does not prevail. The A1 amendment is not adopted. There are no other amendments filed on the bill. We'll move to member discussion on the bill. Member discussion. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. We've been here a long time. This bill creates criminal penalties for the victims of crime. That's what it does. And that's just bizarre to me. It's extremely bizarre to me in a context, again, just to connect with last night. You know, we spent all these hours talking about how we need to restore civil rights to people who have victimized others. And now here we are saying that somebody who has their guns stolen from them can be guilty of misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor even, for failure to report it. You know, I think, and again, a recurrent theme this session has been trust. I think we can trust that if somebody has lost their firearms or had their firearms stolen, and it's in their interest to report that to law enforcement, that they're going to do so in a reasonable amount of time. So what this seems to be targeting, again, is lawful gun owners who do not make reports for reasons that are their own, and I have to wonder what those reasons would be. Why would somebody who legitimately lost their firearm or had it stolen not report that to law enforcement? Apparently, there's a circumstance where they would do that, where it would be so egregious that we need to penalize them under the law and create a crime for being the victim of theft. I would definitely recommend that we vote this down. Thank you, and I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Representative Herr.
Thank you, Chair Moeller, and I just wanted to address this because I want to be very clear that there's actually the penalty. The first offense is actually a petty misdemeanor, and because I am not a lawyer, I spent a lot of time with lawyers and asked them, well, what does a petty misdemeanor look like? You do not get arrested on a petty misdemeanor. You'll actually get fined. It's very much like, yes, this is criminal, but it actually doesn't look all that different than if you get a speeding ticket and you get a fine. You can go to court And so how the process works, but if you lose your gun a second time, or it's stolen a second time, I think that you should have a heftier fine, and that's you're guilty of then a misdemeanor, and then the third time is a gross misdemeanor. I think somebody who has to report 3 times probably shouldn't own a firearm. And so I just want to be very clear what the punishment is for this. And I also want to be very clear that victims, so that we keep talking about how victims, I want to be very clear that we talked a lot about how one bill isn't going to solve this. I want to be very clear that Representative Becker-Finn's bill and mine, that if you already didn't safely store your gun and it got stolen, I would hope that it would be a criminal penalty because you actually didn't follow 2 laws. And I want to also point out that I went to just my permit to carry. So I'm a hunter, have had a gun for a long time. My first anniversary present for my husband 25 years ago was a shotgun. Okay, so like I'm very familiar with guns. It's very romantic, but I went to my permit to carry, and everything that we are arguing today is taught in that class. If you are not reporting your firearm as being lost or stolen, then this bill gives us the ability to actually hold somebody accountable for being a responsible gun owner. So I just want to make sure there's that clarification that you are not a victim if you already violated one law and then you didn't safely secure your firearm. And I want to just address the point of like where if you lose your keys, you don't know about, and then when you realize you lost it, you go find it and you figure out what to do with it. So if you are a gun owner and the training that I received, if you at some point have no idea where your gun is or that you're not checking it, you shouldn't be a firearm owner.
Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hurd, we talked yesterday evening about this bill, and you asked me to look at it and tell you, just give you a reason why this isn't needed. And your statement right there, I mean, it tells me why, and the statement from the people that testified tell me why. One, Representative Becker-Finn's bill is not law yet. Okay, so you can't use that scenario really to say if you didn't store your guns right and you got stolen, then you're violating two laws. That's not law yet. Okay, and I don't know of any other statutes that punish someone for being a victim, even if they're a victim multiple times. Even if they're a victim multiple times. We've heard testimony from catalytic converter thefts. Multiple times these people got hit. They live in a bad place. They don't hold sway over who breaks in and steals stuff from them. And some of these folks with these firearms, they don't hold sway over whether they get robbed or not. And you're gonna get law-abiding citizens, legal gun owners, will report these and do report these. Criminals don't. They won't. They never will. They don't get background checks. They're not going to be subject to an ex parte, come and take my guns. So you asked me to look at this stuff. This is something that is not needed because good people report when a crime is committed against them. Somebody who shouldn't have a weapon is not going to report it. But they won't get punished under this. Only a law-abiding citizen will be punished by this. And so I'm looking at it and I'm listening to testimony. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing. So you asked me to tell you, so there it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day, members. It's been a long day. And I still have, maybe some of you as well, have a long drive home. I'm not a gun enthusiast. I'm not a hunter. I have shot a gun once in my life, and it was because I had some constituents who wanted me to experience that. I have several students who are part of track teams and wanted me to experience that. So I did that. And so I'm down here at the end, very different than my colleagues and very different from many of my colleagues, it seems as if. We can't legislate our way out of this. And the reason I say that is because of this incredibly moving testimony from Ms. Monica Jones. She said, and again, her son was accidentally killed by a stolen gun. And the person who brought it to school said, and she said, I quote, "I thought it was cool." Let me just let that kind of sit for a second. The first time I shot a gun, I had to put it down because of the immense responsibility it is to shoot that gun. I just needed to take a second. Just needed to take a moment to understand the ramifications of what I just did. I thought it was cool. What if of our culture continues to perpetuate this? The absolute desensitization to violence, desensitization to guns, desensitization to harming each other. We can't legislate ourselves out of this. The bills that you are bringing forward have good intentions, and I understand what you're trying to do. You cannot do that by violating other people's rights. Representative Herr, you said here, specifically to 601, you said, I asked, because I'm not a lawyer, what a guilty of a petty misdemeanor would be. It would be as if I was doing a speeding ticket, right? Person who was speeding actually did something wrong. Person who lost their gun didn't. Person who has their gun stolen didn't do anything wrong. I appreciate that it's the equivalency of a misdemeanor or a petty misdemeanor, and it's just a fine. But if I'm speeding and I know that I'm speeding, that's actually doing something wrong. I shouldn't be getting penalized for something that was done to me. But members, thank you for these bills. Thank you for us to have these really in-depth discussions. And Chair Mueller, you have done an amazing job keeping our committee, like, holy moly, you've done an amazing job keeping this together. Thank you. This is a difficult issue, difficult, very heated on both sides. But let me just say for the last time, and then I'll be done, Chair Mueller, thank you so much. Can't legislate ourselves out of this. There's deeper issues here that we are going to have to discuss farther than just simply removing guns. Thank you, Chair Mueller.
Thank you. Representative Tabke.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. Evidently, the ends of the table here are gonna book it. I've first want to say thank you very much again, as Representative Mueller just said, that this is my first time in Public Safety Committee, so I appreciate all of the discussion we've had today and the debate over a really difficult topic. And so thank you very much to everyone for having a respectful, substantive debate on what's going on. Second, I want to thank Representative Herr and everyone on this suite of issues that we are tackling today. And as Representative Mueller said, we cannot legislate our way out of this, but we can help and we can make differences and we can make change in our state and say what our expectations are and where we expect where things should be and what our culture should be in Minnesota as to how we work together and how we treat each other and how we move forward together. And so there absolutely is something wrong right now, and this is part of a solution. This is part of, we've got dependency issues, we've got mental health issues, we've got a lot of things that we must tackle and move forward with. And I look forward to, we talked a lot today about stolen guns and that kind of thing. This bill that Representative Herr makes sure that people who are law abiding and absolutely will report if a gun is stolen, it makes sense to me that this is moving forward or hopefully will move forward because it will put the onus on the people that we need to have the onus on and making sure that we are people who are doing the right things are taken care of, which is what all these bills today have gone forward. So I appreciate everyone's discussion very pleased to support everything that we've worked for today and thank everybody for coming forward with this.
And I have two more members on the list, Representative Ingen and Representative Becker-Finn. Then we'll give Representative Her the closing comments and move on to a vote. Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Chair Mueller. We have had a really respectful debate today. I would say that, and thank all members of the committee for that. We've heard 3 gun bills today. We've had debates on all 3 of these gun bills. 4, I'm sorry. And, all of them have addressed what lawful gun ownership constitutes. Not one of them has discussed what constitutes an illegal use of a gun by a criminal. None of them has addressed the root cause of the issue, which isn't that the gun was stolen in the first place or it wasn't always properly secured. Now, we can have a debate on that, but when a gun is used in a crime and we're not prosecuting those crimes, we're only exacerbating the problem. I think that we're not addressing the root cause, but I really do, again, appreciate the respectful dialogue and debate, and I hope that we can address the root cause here soon.
Thank you. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thanks, Chair Mueller, and I just wanted to point out, and this leads really well into it, that what this bill actually does is it removes the excuse that a gun was lost or stolen for folks who are accessories to crimes, who are helping facilitate getting those firearms in the hands of people who would not pass that background check already. And so that hadn't been said yet, and I think that's really important, is that you can no longer use as an excuse, oh, I lost it, as the person who maybe actually legally purchased the gun. So this is a way that we can hold those folks who are accessories to gun crimes and are helping to facilitate the movement of those weapons into our communities. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And actually, my police chief in my community said that people will come in for a permit and they know that they're living with someone who may not be eligible to possess. And then if that gun ends up in the wrong hands, the person who got the permit will say, oh, my gun was stolen. So that's a perfect example of what you were talking about. Representative Her, closing comments.
Yes, Madam Chair and members, thank you for hearing the bill today. I just want to reinforce that it is not the punishment of somebody losing their gun or having their gun stolen. It's the lack of responsibility of reporting it. That's the punishment. And so, so for us just to make sure that we're clear about what we're talking about here, and the whole issue around gun culture, that's a totally different conversation that we absolutely should be having. But in this discussion, we're looking for some solutions in which for us to keep people safe from gun violence. And so I appreciate the conversation. And I just wanted to add really quick that when I went through my permit to carry class a couple weeks ago, my instructor, who was amazing, and everything that he taught, and we talked about these gun bills that we were going to be putting before the legislature, and he said, we should not regulate guns at all. He's a veteran, was a cop, and is a huge gun enthusiast, and he was an amazing, responsible instructor. I said, wait, but I want you to hear what my bill is. It's just reporting your lost or stolen gun if, within 40 hours. He goes, oh, that's really reasonable. We already teach people to do that. They should report their guns lost or stolen. That is what it means to be a responsible gun owner. And in addition to that, MPPOA also wrote a letter to support this bill because it is reasonable gun legislation. And like Representative Mueller, I am extremely afraid of guns. I don't know if I'm going to be carrying just because I have my permit to carry. But what I can say is that if everybody actually followed those rules, the fact that I was horrified in hearing that some people do not keep their ammunition separate from their guns, that is horrifying because that is not what you are taught in these gun safety classes. My children know that. My children went through hunter safety and gun safety before they were double digits. If this is the conversation we're having, we are so far behind in actually just even following what people who care about guns are actually telling us. So knowing that to be the case and it's getting support from people who do not believe we should have any kind of gun regulation saying this is reasonable, I ask this committee to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I renew my motion that House File 601 be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. A roll call has been requested and the clerk will take the roll.
Chair Mueller?
Aye.
Vice Chair, Mueller, yes. Vice Chair Feist?
Aye.
Feist, yes. Representative Novotny? No. Novotny, no. Representative Becker-Finn?
Aye.
Becker-Finn, yes. Representative Curran?
Aye.
Curran, yes. Representative Ingen?
No.
Ingen, no. Representative Frazier?
Aye.
Frazier, yes. Representative Grussel?
Nope.
Grussel, no. Representative Hollins?
Aye.
Hollins, yes. Representative Hudson?
No.
Hudson, no. Representative Hewitt?
Aye.
Hewitt, yes. Representative Mueller?
Mueller votes no.
Mueller, no. Representative Pinto?
Aye.
Pinto, yes. Representative Tapke?
Aye.
Tapke, yes. Representative Whitty?
No.
Whitty, no. There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, that concludes the roll call vote.
There being 9 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. Members, that does conclude the agenda. I just want to say I really appreciate everybody's willingness to stay past noon, especially on a Friday, especially for those who have to travel a long distance to get home. Thank you. Thank you again to all of our testifiers on both sides of this issue. And again, a heartfelt, sincere sympathies to all of the family members who've lost loved ones. We know this is painful every time you have to come and do this, and we really appreciate it. So with that, our meeting is adjourned.